Hello everyone. Prime Minister Formalization of Micro Food Processing Enterprises (PMFME) scheme is being implemented to upgrade the micro food processing units. Under this, Niftam Tanjavur are organizing a webinar on citrus processing and value addition.
A very warm good morning to all. Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Dilip Kumar Ghosh, Director, ICR Central Citrus Research Institute, Nagpur. Honorable Director Niftam Tanjavur. With immense pleasure, I would like to share that today's webinar is on citrus fruits processing and value addition, has been organized under the banner of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, promoting the Atmanirbhar Bharat as part of the scheme, Prime Minister Formalization of Micro Food Processing Enterprises. May I now invite Dr. V.R. Sinuja ma'am, Professor and Head, for the welcome address, please, ma'am.
The most respected Chief Guest, Dr. Dilip Kumar Ghosh, Director, ICAR Central Citrus Research Institute, Nagpur. Respected Director, Dr. M. Lognathan sir, Director of Niftam Tanjavur. Then all the eminent speakers from various industries, institutes, participants from across the country, staff and students of Niftam Tanjavur. Very good morning to all. So, as you all aware, this PMFME scheme, Prime Minister's Formalization of Micro Food Processing Industries, it has been launched almost 2 years back by the Ministry of Food Processing Industries under Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan for upgrading the micro food processing industry spread across in our country. You all aware that more than 25 lakh micro food processing industries are there spread across in our country, which is contributing nearly 23% of the processed food in our country. But they are lacking, or they are facing so many challenges in terms of this access to capitals, modern technologies, and the skilled manpower, etc. So with the aim of upgrading these micro food processing enterprises, this scheme has been launched, and with the aim of upgrading 2 lakh micro food processing industries in our country within a span of 5 years with the support of state and central government as well as union territory governments. So under this scheme, under Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, Niftam Tanjavur is organizing ODOP webinar series. That is the most attractive slogan of this scheme. That is one district, one product. So this is the 14th seminar we are hosting under this banner on citrus processing as well as value addition. And today we have got a very eminent as well as the apt person as the chief guest for this webinar, who is Dr. Ghosh, who is the director of Central Citrus Research Institute, Nagpur. And within a very short span only, we intimated to sir, but sir accepted our invitation. Thank you so much, sir, for accepting our invitation and be here today with us. So on behalf of director and all the staff and students as well as all the participants, I cordially welcome you for this inaugural function, sir. Welcome you. Next, I would like to welcome our director, Dr. M. Lognathan sir, who is always supporting us for organizing such webinars. So on behalf of everyone, I welcome you, sir, for this inaugural function. And also the eminent speakers from various institutes as well as industries who are here today with us to deliver the talk on various aspects of citrus processing, value addition, FSSA guidelines, marketing aspects, as well as the equipments related to this processing. So welcoming you all for this inaugural session of this webinar. And then our participants, they are always supporting us for all the webinars. Without your supports, we couldn't do such webinars. So welcoming all the participants who are actually more than 800 participants registered. They will be slowly joining. So welcoming you all for this wonderful webinar on citrus processing and value addition. Also, I'd like to welcome all our staff and students who will be attending this one for this webinar. And once again, welcoming you all, and hope that this webinar will benefit all the entrepreneurs or the startups and also who wanted to start any industry related to this citrus fruit processing. And with these few words, welcoming you all once again. Thank you so much. Take care.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I'd like to introduce our director, Dr. M. Loganathan, sir, to you all. Sir obtained doctorate degree from Agriculture and Technology in 1999. Is handling national and international research projects on grain processing, monitoring of stored product insects, and management of insects in food products. Sir has also developed methods for thermal disinfection of paddy using solar energy. He has trained for GMP, HACCP, and internal auditing by Manitoba Food Safety Knowledge Center, Winnipeg, Canada. Sir has also attended and presented paper in 11th International Working Conference on Stored Product Production held at Ireland in November 2015. Sir's area of specialization are grain storage and stored product insect management. May I now invite Dr. M. Loganathan, sir, for presidential address, please, sir.
Most respected guest of today, Dr. Dilip Margo, sir, Director, ICR, Central Citrus Research Institute, Nagapur, organizers, and my dear participants, very good morning to each and everyone. So today is a very important day for all the citrus growing farmers because the speakers are from different field. So when we are planning for this webinar, we wanted to have a guest relevant to this field, and we plan to invite our director, Central Citrus Research Institute. Our director immediately accepted and he is with us. CCRI has done a lot of work from the genetic resources to the post-harvest technology. I have seen in the website, you have done wonderful work, sir. Definitely, if you share all those things, it will be very useful for all the participants. The only thing, the farmers are producing in large quantities. I think almost 10 million tons of citrus are produced in India with average production of 10 tons per ton. So it is good, production is good, and the usage also is in a different ways. People are using it and also consuming in different forms. But the only thing is there are huge waste during transportation, storage, and also during consumption. So we need to do a lot of things in that area, post-harvest management area. That is why we plan to organize this seminar with different speakers, particularly in this post-harvest management area. And this program is organizing as a part of Asadika Amrit Magachav under PMFME scheme. Actually, PMFME scheme is run by our Ministry of Food Processing Industries. So we are taking care of all organizing webinars and processing the applications, all those things. So this one district, one product is a good concept, and based on the concept, we have organized these all programs. As per the data, citrus fruits are ODOP for 26 districts across 12 states. It's a huge number of districts are covered under these fruits. So definitely the participants may be from all these districts. So almost more than 700 participants are registered for this ODOP webinar. So it is a great number. I hope most of them are joined already. Some more participants are joining. So citrus involves orange, lemon, so many things, sweet orange, lime, citrus, all those things are comes under this. That I think that is why more number of districts are covered under this ODOP. We have speakers in the different areas from harvest, storage, preservation, and also product development, FSSA, packaging, and also we are covering the area of preparation of DPR. That is more important area. Already we have uploaded videos, PowerPoint presentations in our website. If we visit our website, in IPTMT website, in the top right corner, there is a PMFME link. We go into that, you can get all the informations regarding this processing and product development, value addition, all those things. Apart from that, we have the ready-made DPR. Only thing is we have to make proper modifications and we can directly submit it. So NIFTM Tanjavur is ready to support all the participants, those who are interested to get this scheme through PMFME. So with these few words, I am concluding my talk, and our guest is ready to give a lot of input regarding the citrus. So I request all the participants, please be online till the end of the program. The speakers are excellent in their field and they're giving lot of input to you. So I request all the farmers, all the participants be online and get more knowledge. Thank you once again. All I thank our director, Center Citrus Research Institute, and all the participants. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for kind words. May I now invite today's program Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Dilip Kumar Ghosh, sir. Sir is Director at ICR's Central Citrus Research Institute. Sir obtained PhD degree in plant pathology, specialization in plant virology from ICR Indian Agricultural Research Institute. Sir has made valuable contributions for the citrus industry of the country by developing rapid and sensitive disease diagnostic tools that have been used to implement citrus Goodwood certification program. Sir has through his effort achievements such as involvement in the release of 5 citrus varieties for commercial cultivation in the country. As an international FAO consultant, Sir has worked for 2 months in Nepal and 1 week in Bhutan as expert resource person. Sir is also recipient of prestigious J.F. Dastoor Memorial Award 2019 of Indian Phytopathological Society, New Delhi. Thank you very much, sir, for accepting our invitation and being with us today for this program. I'd like to invite you and the audience over to you, sir.
Thank you, madam. Respected Professor Loknathanji, Director NIPTEM Thanjavur, Professor V.R. Srinija, and other faculty of NIPTEM, distinguished guests, eminent resource persons who will be delivering expert talks today, all the participants attending today's training program in virtual mode, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning to all of you. I consider it as a great honor and privilege for being invited to be a part of today's webinar on citrus fruits processing and value addition that is being organized by NIPTEN under PMFME as a part of nation's celebration of 75th years of independence, Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. As you all know, citrus is the third most important food crop in our country after mango and banana. And as a nation, India's place is the third position globally after China and Brazil in terms of total production. Total value of Indian citrus industry is estimated to be around 25,000 crore rupees per year. And this Indian citrus industry contributes significantly in the economy of the country, provides jobs and livelihood to millions of people engaged in citrus cultivation, handling, processing, marketing, and transportation. However, only 4 to 5% of the total citrus production of our country is nearly 140 lakhs ton that is being used for processing and citrus-based product development. If we see the other developed citrus industry like US, Brazil, Spain, nearly 70 to 80% of their citrus they are producing that is being processed, and rest are consumed as a fresh fruit as table purpose only. Therefore, there is a huge future potential in this area, in this sector in India. Since many a times we record huge production of any particular citrus variety in a specific production hub of the country, whether it is Kinno mandarin in Punjab or Nagpur mandarin in Maharashtra or acid lime or sweet orange in Andhra Pradesh and so on. And due to lack of proper facility of post-harvest handling, storage, transport, cold chain and processing unit, farmers they don't get proper value of their produce. Therefore, efforts should be made to utilize C and D grade citrus fruits of any commercial variety that are not liked by the consumers for table purpose. This should be used for processing industry. A and B grade fruits that should be used for table purpose. So C and D grade fruits that has to be used in processing industry for the product development, whether it is ready to serve beverages by single fruit juice or by blending with other fruit juices, or production of juice concentrate, juice powder, or fortified citrus fruit squashes, or even after juice extraction, remaining parts can be utilized to extract peel oil, pectin, many bioactive chemicals that are important for nutraceutical industry or production of animal feed or so on. I see here our institute, that is Central Citrus Research Institute, located in Nagpur, Maharashtra, during its journey of more than 3.5 decades, has made significant contribution, starting from nursery production of disease-free quality planting material of citrus, varietal development, developing package of practices for citrus production, protection, post-harvest handling, processing, and development of citrus-based products. And thus, CCRI, our institute, has become a symbol of trust for farmers, industry, academia, and other stakeholders in terms of research and development, extension, and farm advisory services. To speak specifically on post-harvest technology and product development on citrus, our institute, CCRI Nagpur, has made some notable contributions in the development of citrus-based products. To give you a few examples, ready-to-serve beverages from acid lime as well as Nagpur mandarin, that our institute has developed this technology, and we have received Indian patent for this. And this technology we have also commercialized to private farm. Another important product developed by our institute is carbonated fizzy drink from acid lime and Nagpur mandarin. And this technology we have also commercialized and given to the private farm. Very recently, we have produced acid lime Nutri Jelly. This is rich in vitamin C, that is immunity booster, low calorie, having high antioxidant potentials, and this has been developed by following FASI standard guidelines. You will appreciate that this technology we have licensed to MS Agro, Ashok Agro in Nagpur, whose owner is a BPL and Diban, that is physically handicapped, and he has a startup entrepreneur, and our institute is helping him in this to get success in this regard. Other products the institute we have developed, that includes low calorie Shanta Burfi using 15% orange juice or juice vehicle that has less sugar content as compared to other market products. Nagpur mandarin based ice cream using around 2.5% citrus fruit juice where no vegetable oil is used. Dehydrated candy of Nagpur mandarin as well as sweet orange has also been developed. All these products are, apart from these citrus based products, our institute we have also developed low cost cool chamber for storage of citrus fruits that are very, very useful for small farmers having less resources. And we have standardized protocols for washing, waxing, packaging of citrus for long distance transport. As you all know that PMFME scheme is a great initiative by our Honorable Prime Minister, most respected Sri Modi ji, and this scheme is designed to address the challenges faced by the micro enterprises and to tap the potential of this group and cooperatives in supporting the upgradation and formalization of these enterprises. Capacity building and training are very critical component in the technical upgradation and formalization of micro food processing enterprises. At the national level, NIPTEN Thanjore is playing a pivotal role in capacity building and research, and accordingly, today's virtual training program has been organized by the Institute. I was looking through the lists of speakers, I am really delighted to see the list of speakers consisting of renowned personalities, eminent personalities from across the country who will deliver lectures and transfer their knowledge, their insights on various aspects of recent advances in micro-level citrus fruits processing opportunities and technologies, market avenues, startup opportunities, policy, and relevant topics. Knowledge to be gained by the participants in today's training program and its subsequent successful implementation will surely help in converting dream into reality, will help the startups to set up a micro industry, will prove to be a source of secondary income to farmers, and will ultimately create a good platform for uplifting the weaker sections of the society. Once again, I thank the organizer for inviting me today. I wish this program a grand success. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for inspiring us with kind words and guiding us. I would like to invite Dr. D.V. Chidanand, sir, for a formal vote of thanks, please, sir.
Respected chief guest of the today program, Dilip Kumar Ghosh, sir, Director, ICR Central Citrus Research Institute, Nagpur, and then respected our Director, Dr. Loganathan, sir, and then our PMFME coordinator, Sinija Madam, and faculties, and then today speakers for this program, and then participants. Good morning to all. I deem it is a pleasure to propose vote of thanks in this current today's program. First of all, I would like to thank on behalf of NIPTEM Tanjavur family to Director Sir, ICR Central Institute of Citrus Research Institute, Nagpur. So, sir gave very good information. I think we are hoping, sir, possible collaboration with citrus fruit in future programs also, even micro level entrepreneurs, sir. So within short time, so I accepted and agreed, and sir gave very good lecture for this program. So thank you, sir, for your support. And then also I would like to thank Dr. M. Loganathan, sir, Director, NIPTEM Tanjavur. Sir is giving full support for conducting this type of programs. And also I would like to thank all resource persons. I think they are going to give very good insight in this training program. And I thank to all resource persons for this program. Also, I thank all the participants, those who are all participating for today's program from across India. I think definitely it will be benefited. I think in future, if they are upcoming micro entrepreneurs, once again, I thank to all our participants, and also I thank to all our faculties for supporting for this program, and also I thank all PMFME team and Computer Center for this program. Thank you, Anandar. Jai.
Thank you so much, sir. We will now proceed towards our first technical session, that is on industry perspectives on citrus fruit processing and value addition. I'd like to request the participants, if you have any questions during the presentation, you can type that into the chat box. We will bring them up after the end of every session. Now, without further delay, we will proceed with the first technical session on citrus processing and its value addition. For this session, we have with us Dr. Anu Appaiah, sir, Senior Principal Scientist, CSIR CFTRI, Co-founder and Technical Director of Sanitary Nutri-Foods, Mysore, will be delivering the session on citrus processing and its value addition. He is the second chair for today's session and will be delivering the special address. Before starting the session, I would like to introduce Sir to all. Sir is serving as Co-founder and Technical Director of Sanitary Nutri-Foods, Mysore since 2021. Sir has published more than 64 research papers in reputed international and national journals with 2 books and author for 12 book chapters. Sir has 10 PhD candidates. He has worked as distinguished member of various important committees like MISA, University of Central Florida, USA, member of Scientific Committee for FSSAI, member for Scientific Panel on Alcoholic Beverages, FSSAI, Government of India, and also chairman of FAD 29 on Alcoholic Beverages, Bureau of Indian Standards, Government of India. welcome you, sir, to this program and thank you for accepting our invitation. I request you, the session is yours.
So, good morning, everyone, to all the participants. And I'm very, very thankful to Director NIPTAM allow me to participate in this function and then give my highlights on what can be done. And what is already being done is already talked by many people, including the Director of Citrus Research Station, ICR. So, the most important thing in any food processing industry is the value addition. Now, when we are talking about value addition, we talk only about 30 to 40 or at the most around 60% of the material that we are going to use. But the rest of the 40 to 50%, which comes out as a waste, until and unless we learn to utilize this, no business is going to be profitable. This is the first statement that I would like to make. We cannot make any business profitable till we have utilized all the material, at least, if not to 100%, at least to 95 to 98%. Now, in every industry, especially the agro-processing industry, waste management is a major hurdle, and waste management is very, very expensive. Under such condition, utilization of the waste to an appropriate manner so that some income can be generated is the most important thing today. And if this can be followed even by the smallest of the small industries also, it's only a mindset that we have. The day we say that this is not a waste, we give a value to it. If we say a waste, then we don't give a value to it. So, as the saying goes, waste is a waste until you have wasted it. The time you have wasted it, it becomes a waste. Otherwise, it is not a waste. So my talk will be centered around waste utilization in citrus processing industry. See, if you take any citrus fruit, I've taken the example of lime here, because why I've taken the example of lime is because I happen to be the consultant for a district called Vijaypura. It was earlier called as Bijapur in Karnataka, where lime is the ODOP product. So I've tried to center most of my talk in utilization of the lime and the complete utilization of the lime. So if you take a 200 gram worth lime, you get approximately around 100 ml of juice and 100 grams of waste. Now, from this waste, the first and the foremost thing that you can take it out is the citrus oil. And then after removing the citrus oil, the matter that is left back, if it is a large processing industry, then you can produce pectin from it. If it is from a small processing unit, it will go only into animal feed. So if you take the weight balance, then from the 100 grams of waste that is generated, after taking out 100 ml of juice, you can get 0.5 grams of essential oil. Then you can get around 13 grams of the waste material, around 5 grams of pectin from it. So for every 100 grams of wet waste that you are producing, you will be able to get around 5 grams of dry pectin. Now, essential oil from citrus can be got not just from lime, but every citrus fruit. And there's a huge market for it, because essential oil, today we are trying to go natural, and most of the artificial colors and artificial flavors and artificial material is not being used. And we are trying to help industry to see that natural material takes over from instead of using artificial, which is dangerous. Now, the important part here is that once the essential oil is extracted, there's a huge market for it. And for an extraction of essential oil, there are very, very small processing plants. You don't have to spend a large amount of money. Even with a processing plant costing just around 25,000 rupees also, you can put up an essential oil producing plant. This is a diagrammatic representation of production of essential oil, wherein you generate steam, the steam is made to pass through the waste material, citrus waste material. Then whatever comes out of it is cooled using a cooling coil. And then it is a hydro distillation system, which means to say the water also comes out along with the essential oil. The water will be made to settle down and the essential oil will come on the top. You can collect the essential oil that comes out from the top. But don't think that the water is a waste. All our house washing materials like floor cleaners, then cleaning material for cow sheds or animal sheds, even cleaning material for the larger, your own industry can be produced from this particular water because it contains a certain amount of citrus oil. So this is a very, very, even though we say that it is only the water fraction, it's a value added material. And at present in Karnataka, we know that it is being sold at a rate of around 5 rupees per liter of this water. Now they take that, add soap water and phenols and all that, bottle that and sell it as floor cleaner. So every part, even that water is not a waste. So that's what I'm trying to impress upon in this particular audience. Now, say that you don't want to produce this essential oil, you don't want to produce this one, you don't want to put up a hydro distillation system or anything. The simplest method is whatever the rind that comes out. Now, in lime, we can also use it for making pickle, whereas the rest of the citrus fruit, it is easier to make citrus powder. And citrus peel powder has a lot of health benefits and it is used in a very large quantity. In fact, I was surprised that citrus peel powder is being imported into our country. Even today, we are importing a certain quantity of citrus peel powder. That quantity keeps changing every year, but then please remember, we are one of the largest producers of citrus fruits, but then we are net importers of this particular product into our country. Yeah. One of the major areas where the citrus peel powder goes is the cosmetic industry and the baking industry. So both of them buy it in very large quantity. Say, for example, you have a very small plant and you don't want to do any of this. You don't want to make citrus peel powder, you don't want to make essential oil, you don't want to make pectin powder or anything. There is another way of managing it also. Cut the rind, that is the peel and whatever is the left back, the rind, the white color part that is left inside the citrus fruit. Put it into sugar syrup. What you get is a wonderful candy. This is very, very popular in the whole state of Kerala. And they use citrus malmelo to produce this. But in our experience at CFTRI, we found that we can actually produce this particular candy from every type of citrus fruit except lime. Lime, it becomes a little sour. But then there is another product that has come out from the lime when we were trying this. That is a mouth freshener. So you cut them into small bits, put it into a solution containing sugar or a solution containing salt and pepper powder. What you get is a wonderful mouth freshener. And this is being sold widely throughout the country. It is not just it is being produced only in Karnataka. It's being produced in quite a number of places and then it is sold throughout the country. We get this as citrus mouth fresheners. This is a wonderful product. You can produce it as natural as possible and then every child will love it. And it also gives a lot of nutritional benefit. That is the most important thing. Instead of giving a hard candy, which hardly gives any nutritional benefit, use only sugar and some artificial color and some artificial additives. This particular material is a total natural material. It is sweet in taste. At the same time, it is very, very rich in nutraceuticals. So this is a product that can come out from even the smallest of the small industry. The industry which is handling hardly 10 kgs of material per day can also produce around 2 to 3 kgs or 5 kgs of this particular product. And every bit of this citrus material is utilized. Now, I was talking about the peel powder. we have what is called as the green citrus peel powder and the yellow citrus peel powder. Both of them have their own uses in various industries, especially in cosmetic industry. It is used in very large quantity. In baking industry, it is used in quite an enormous quantity. But then there are a lot of other industries which is utilizing this. Many food industry is utilizing this powder without even knowing that it is citrus peel powder. They buy this in the market as a thickener or a flavor enhancer and thickener, and then add it into their product. It can go into any product, including your sauces to everything. It can go into that. And this is a very welcome product. And any amount of material that is produced under this particular process can easily be taken by the market. There's a huge demand for this particular process at present product. At present, it is being sold at the distributors level. It is being sold somewhere between 120 to 140 rupees a kg. But if you can make it into smaller packing, then the cost will be quite high. The last and the most important thing is, what do we do with the seed? Is it a waste? Now, even that is not a waste. Now, in our system here, what we have done is we have not allowed every industry to start processing the seed. What we have requested is every cluster will have only one person handling the seed. The reason is we cannot use this because the amount of seed produced is very small. So every industry can't put it up. But a centralized unit can actually put this up. So seed can actually give what is called as citrus seed oil. And this is also in big demand. Quite a number of industries use it. Cosmetic industry use it. And culinary industries also use it. And what is left back after removing the citrus seed oil is what is the citrus seed starch. This has a lot of nutraceutical values. Plenty of research is going on in this. But at present, it is used as a replacement for starch in any of this murku industry or wherever we need starch in larger quantity. Next one, please. Now, from the leaf, citrus leaf oil or essential citrus leaf oil is produced in large quantity. Now, this is also a very value-added product, but number of leaves that we get, it has to be picked not when it is very old, but when it is matured enough. Normally, in a citrus orchard, matured leaves are normally not picked, but whenever there is a picking, this can also be used. Next one, please. Next slide, please. Now, citrus peel leaf powder is used around 10% of citrus leaf powder is used in tea infusion. Quite a number of citrus aromatized tea is actually with 10% citrus leaf powder. So this is has a venture, may not be a very big venture, but it is a small venture, but has enough market for it. Next one, please. I'll just talk about our PMRGM scheme and the ODOP scheme. The major issues of every PMRGM scheme or the ODOP scheme is that it is a cottage industry. So when it is a cottage industry, standardization of the product is very difficult. There is a batch-to-batch variation. The reason why there is a batch-to-batch variation is the raw materials are bought from a local market. When it is bought from a local market, there is no standardized raw material coming in. When the raw material is not standardized, you can't expect the product to be standardized. Hence, the cost of production will be very high only because the product or the input cost is very high. The raw material cost, when we are buying it from the local market, will be very expensive. The next issue that we have in every cottage industry or a small scale industry is a packaging system. Yes, Coimbatore is in the forefront of developing machines for packaging industry, and they have developed quite a number of very small machineries also for very small, tiny packaging industry. But then We need to handhold these tiny industries, the cottage industries, to decide on the type of packaging material, the label requirement, and the attractiveness of the packaging material. Because today we know that we buy a product not by eating or looking into the product, but by looking at the packaging. So packaging is very, very important. So, and the third issue is the marketing issue. It becomes very difficult for a cottage industry to market their products. And quite often what happens is the dealers take almost around 60 to 70% of the margin, leaving almost no money for the producer. Next slide, please. Now, I have some suggestions. What can be done is, as I said, hand holding can be done. Can you please go back? Yeah. Hand holding can be done. That means to say we can actually buy the raw material that is required for a whole district. In ODOP, this is possible because the one district will have only one type of a produce or one type of raw material. Hence, every raw material, the other type of raw material that is required can be procured at the district level, and there is a standardization of the raw material, and the entrepreneurs will also be able to get it at a much cheaper price. The same thing can be done for the product also. Product standardization can be done. There is 1 or 2 labs that is set up which test the product, that everyone brings it, gives them a certification of testing. This is very well done in Madhya Pradesh, where they produce quite a number of essential oils, and every small area has a huge testing laboratory. They test their products, give them a validation report, and based on that report, the cost changes. Now, the packaging can be centralized so that they can bring their packaging material, and then the packaging equipment can be hired and then given it as a job work for a local entrepreneur who does the packaging and gives it back to the entrepreneur who has produced it. So an outsourcing business can also be offshooted from this, and this will be very, very beneficial for both of them. Can I have the next slide, please? Now, marketing is a major issue, as I said, but Government of India has already come out with ONDC, that is, One Nation for Digital Requirements. Now, in this particular one, anyone who is registered can sell their produce online, and it can be distributed at the government cost. Now, this becomes a very, very important feature for even the smallest of the small plants. Even if they are producing just 10 kgs, they can put this into this platform and get a good market return. Now, at present, 5 cities are being tested with around 150 entrepreneurs. Coimbatore is one of them. Bangalore is another one. So we have 2 cities from the southern states where this particular experiment is being done. Probably by next year, we will have this platform ready where every entrepreneur can take it up successfully. Next one, please. So with this, I wish to thank all of you for giving me a chance. We are a solution-based company set up in 2020, and then we are a consultant for the ODOP programs. We develop solutions. We develop SOPs, standard operating practices, for most of the ODOP products. Then we also help them in waste utilization. That is our major core area. I'm not saying waste management, but I'm saying waste utilization. And then we are incubated at CFTRI in Mysore, so that any small little solutions when it comes to agro industries, we can take it up and then we can actually successfully bring out the product. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing such valuable insights with our participants. I'm sure our participants might have gained a lot of opportunities related to utilization, or we can say the waste utilization, proper waste utilization in value addition. For the next session, we'll proceed, which is on advances in the storage of citrus fruits. For this session, we have with us Dr. Ram Asre sir, Principal Scientist, Indian Agricultural Research Institute, New Delhi. I would like to quickly introduce Sir to all the participants. Sir has published more than 50 research papers in the high impact factor international and national journals. Sir has also published popular articles, 65 promising technologies in ICR magazines and newsletters, and deliver more than 100 television talks on various aspects of fruits and vegetable post-harvest management and marketing. Sir got the Fellow of Horticultural Society of India. Sir has been the member of various academic council of horticulture and forestry in University Uttarakhand, and also serving as Executive Councillor of the Haryana Horticulture University, editorial member of Journal of Post-Harvest Technology. We welcome you, sir, to this program and thank you for accepting our invitation, sir. The session is over to you, sir.
So, good morning to all of you, and I'll not take much of your time. In fact, you have heard industry people who are from corporate sectors. They are devising to have the incubation and setup of industry. But for successful industry, we have to ensure the supply of fresh raw material in the right condition. I could say that's pre-harvest management or fresh produce management is the gateway for the success of the post-harvest operations, be it processed or semi-processed or in any form. So the topic allotted to me is advances in the storage of citrus fruits. So I'll move on this topic. Once again, I'm here, and good morning to all of you. And the topic allotted to me was advances in storage of citrus fruit. So I could say that there are not much advances as like in apple, like CA storage is there. So we can say that's advances in the storage of apple. But here in the case of citrus, we have to have ensure the success of the stored produce, how long we can store them in a good condition and consumer acceptable conditions. So I'll touch upon those some of the unit operations. Why you can say giving much more attention over there, we can ensure the higher shelf life, better quality to end users. So on those points, I'll discuss and share my views with you. So next, please. Next. There is you can say no need of introduction about this citrus fruit, but there are few key points which differentiate citrus fruits from other fruits. Like suppose that you say there's a mango. Mango is non-climatic fruit. This is a non-climatic fruit, citrus, but mango is the climatic fruit. So non-climatic fruits, they ripens on the tree. After harvesting, you can't make ripen to those fruits. So that's your make difference between mango and this citrus fruits can be hold on the tree even after ripening. So you can say very striking point, and most of the times the industry people or the people who used to store the citrus fruits, they get defeated because of this phenomena. Suppose that market prices are not in favor of the farmers, then they hold citrus fruit, especially the Nagpur mandarin or Kindo mandarin, on the tree. They can even the hold 30 days or 25 days. But ill effect is there on the fruits. These citrus fruits, when you don't harvest from the tree on the time, the tree start sucking back the nutrient from the fruits. So the quality of the harvested food later on will be of inferior, and your stored produce will not stay for longer time. So that's a very important point. And about 6 species are commercially grown in India. So I'll see later on in next slides. Nagpur mandarin, sweet orange, and limes, lemons. These are the, you can see, most important fruits under the category of citrus fruits. In each of fruits and vegetable fresh handling, these are the unit operations which are involved. First and foremost important thing is skilled workforce engagement. So skilled labor should be there. The laborers who are engaged in the fruit industry, they are you can say different from the laborers who are engaged in paddy or wheat or extra other, you can say, economical crops. The level of skill is, you can say, required over here is much higher in comparison to economical crops. Harvesting maturity is the most important. I told you in case of this citrus fruits, they are non-climatic fruits. That's why the farmers used to store on the tree, and that's why they are getting inferior in their quality later on when we stored them. Time of harvesting, of course, evening and morning, that concept nowadays not working. I have highlighted some key points which are very, very important. Harvesting techniques, very, very important in case of citrus or in other fruits, especially in citrus fruits. This is very, very important. I'll discuss over there. Collection, sorting, and grading. Collection is one of the very, very crucial point here in the citrus. Suppose that you have collected the fruit for a longer duration, and temperature rises during collection above 35 or 30 degrees Celsius. So what will happen? You can say integrity of cells or the breakdown of peel is there. Breakdown of peel is there. Citrus is known for its very striking flavor and shining peel. So if it's the breakdown is there, most of the time it happen in case of this Nagpur mandarin and Kino mandarin. So it loses storability and vaccine, packaging, and storage condition. These are some of the important unit operations where we have to have maximum attention. Next, please. Next. These are the next previous one. These are the some of the losses at different levels on farm, mandi, and retail stage. So you could say around still 20% or 16.4 nowadays. This figure have come down. Official figures have come down, but it's still it's around 20%. Next, please. Next, stage of maturity. We were talking of stage of maturity, very, very important. And for right self-life, longer self-life, we have to have harvest the fruit at right maturity stages. So these are the some of the maturity indices, some of the parameters. Given 3-4 parameters, at least 2 parameters should be meet out at a single given time. At the time of harvesting, you have to observe at least 2 parameters are met out. So these parameters, if they are met out, you are ensuring a successful storage or longer shelf life of the citrus produce. Next, please. Next. So I'll not go why we do practice the cold storage. Of course, everyone is looking for enhanced shelf life. Entrepreneurs or the businessmen, they are looking for longer marketing period, and consumers are looking for the produce which should be intact in its nutrition quality. Especially the citrus fruits, they are known for vitamin C content, and most of the citrus fruits vitamin C content is ranging from 25 to 55 milligram per 100 ml juice. So that should be in the range. That should be at least it should be 30 to 35 mg per 100 ml of the juice. That's consumer is looking for, and its taste and flavor should be intact. So that's why we do practice the storage of any fruits and vegetable, especially here with reference to citrus. We are looking for flavor and cosmetic appeal and vitamin C content. That's a key you can, content over there. Next, please. Next. So harvesting is a very, very important unit operations, especially if you go for either the Kino mandarin or Khasi mandarin. This is the picture of Khasi mandarin, and this button should be intact when we are harvesting the fruits. The skill level should use the clippers which have a very close cut. So this button should not be disturbed. That should be intact with the fruit. So if suppose that this button hole is open after detaching from the fruits, that will be entry point for microbes, and lot more infection, especially the green mold rot and blue mold rot or stem end rot that will happen during cold storage. So it's a very, very important. Next, please. Next. Hello. The next slide, please. So these are you can say previous one. Hold on this. So this is this clipper, especially we call it Israeli clippers. Nowadays, a lot more companies are manufacturing this clippers. Very handy, and it's a very easy to use. Ergonomic properties it have. It gives very clean cut, very close cut to fruits. So, and during harvesting in citrus fruits, we have to have use of tripod ladders. Ladders should be used, and fruits should be harvested in these clothes. These workers, they are harvesting the kino-minded fruits. This is a picture from Punjab, and this should be brought down very gently to the floor. We should not practice the harvesting, pulling and twisting and dropping on the ground. This always backfires while we do storage this citrus fruits. Next, please. Next, please. Next. How these harvesting practices are going to affect the losses or shelf life of the produce? These are A, B, C, D. 4 harvesting practices: twisting, pulling, and dropping on the ground; twisting, pulling, and collecting in high density polyethylene crates; and cutting with scissors and fruit dropping on the ground; cutting with scissors and fruit collecting in the these crates. So it's a very, very obvious. Once we are harvesting the produce and collecting them in either in this gunny cloth bags on the tree, or we are collecting on crates and putting them in harvesting platform and bringing down gently to grounds. So very loss is very, very less. So it's around 5 or 6%. But spoilage is very, very high in the cold storage if you are not observing the safe harvesting practices, and this value may reach up to 70%. So it's a very, very key point, and the use of right gadgets of harvesting, method of harvesting ensure your success of cold storage produce, how long it lasts. Next, please. Next. Hello. Next. So this transportation is also one of the key parameters. These are the Mosammis who are coming in at Azadpur Delhi market. It's coming all through from Sadgudi, Andhra Pradesh. Near Tirupati or other Chittoor area. So these are, you can say, transported just like any unlight material like bricks or cement or any non-living material. That should not be the practice. So if anyone who is going to store these fruits further for holding upcoming market, so these fruits will not last longer in good condition for longer duration. So this transportation practices will be in crates or safety boxes. They should not be transported loose like this. So always these fruits are not fit for further storage. Next, please. Cold storage temperature from different fruits and especially this citrus fruits: grapefruit, lemon, lime, mandarin, oranges, and tangerines. So especially this mandarin, either it's a Nagpur mandarin or Kino mandarin. The safe storage temperature is 5 degrees Celsius, but people are practicing from 4 to 8 degrees Celsius. What is my own observation, and now the Punjab and Haryana state government, they have recommended the storage temperature 5 degrees Celsius for this Kino mandarin, and this is working well for Nagpur mandarin also. We should not do further experimentation, either 4 or 8. This range should not be practiced. 5 is giving wonderful results, and there is no chilling injury, no, you can say, upcoming fungal invasion, and fruits last, you can say, retain in this at this temperature around 35 to 38 days without in loss of their consumer preference or in its quality. So next, please. So waxing and coating, very, very important because waxing and coating is 100% fruits, especially which are transported or sent for up country market, or you can say even in the domestic market, and we used to send from a long duration distance. We used to wax them and here waxing in India, basically, we practice the waxing before storage, but it's a wrong practice. And we have pleaded to government of India, different state agencies also, that fruits should be waxed after when they are taken out from the cold storage. But here, all the infrastructure have been created in such a way that entrepreneurs or farmers. So they give this waxing before storage. So this is, you can say, prevalent practice, but the better results are coming after taking out the any citrus produce from the cold storage. Then if you are practicing this waxing, that's giving much better results that will enhance your marketing duration, and even making this difference for 5 to 6 days. If you are waxing the fruits after taking out from the cold storage, and you will get extra 5 days for marketing. So that should be practiced. But unfortunately, in our country, most of the people are entrepreneurs. They wax first, then they store in the cold. But it's not giving as much superior result as post storage waxing is giving. So types of waxes, they are carnauba wax or sugarcane wax, thermos, plastic, terpenes, resins. But here carnauba wax and then the cane wax, they are edible waxes. We should not go for that because these are very costly also, because we used to consume the citrus fruit after peeling. So imizolol or other shellac or other fungicide in carbonated bags, they are cheap in price and also giving the better results. So we are using those bags for the citrus fruits. Next, please. Next. Next. So this especially for the skin of fruits, use of fungicide, we can this allowed even 500 to 1000 ppm carbendazim, imizolol or TVZ. These are, you can say, commercial waxes which are used in citrus and hot water treatment and fungicide. Hot water treatment is that's not much more practice, especially is mandarin. Tangerines, of course, tangerines give a good result with the hot water treatment, and after that this storage. Next, please. Next. These are some of the pictures how this waxing and grading and this is one of the plant here in Abohar. From here I have captured the pictures, and this is the waxing unit. This is the grading, then the waxing. Wax, these are wax is sprayed on the very thin mist is sprayed over here on the fruits, and the fruits after that they travel through a hot blowing tunnel. A hot blowing tunnel where the temperature of hot air is around 65 degrees Celsius, and this waxed fruits are quickly dry up, and after that they go further lines for packing. Next, please. This is a view here in Punjab. There is a arrangement at each mandi levels. There are grading, packaging, and vaccine line for quinoa mandis. So the farmers, they bring their produce and do all this grading, packing, and vaccine on a custom hire basis. And the government is taking very nominal charges. They are taking around 20 paise per kg of fruits for all these unit operations. Next, please. So this is a different methods of wax application, but the spraying method is commercially used, and it's giving better result. Next, please. Very important aspect for successful cold storage of the citrus fruit, or you can say any fruit. Use of reliable packaging material. Use of reliable packaging material is very, very important. Once you are packaging the fruits in unreliable packaging material, your packaging safety boxes, they should be of 3 plies. They should not be a single or double plies. If you are packing them and putting in cold storage, even if you are putting the cold packaging material in the cold storage, it should not be hygroscopic. So it's the first layer should be laminated. That's why it should not absorb much more moisture during cold storage. If you have not observed these precautions, when you take out the produce from the cold storage and you start loading and unloading, it will burst and will spill through. So it will spoil your whole the produce. So for cold storage purposes, you have to have the packaging material which are having laminated first layer. That is very, very important. Next, please. So these are, you can say, laminated CFB boxes which are used for cold storage. They are sturdy. They are of 3 ply, and after taking out the cold storage, you can take to any destination. And I have depicted over here the losses in different packaging devices. Here, CFB boxes, gunny bags, bamboo basket, and wooden boxes. Wooden boxes now are not allowed because of taxation on forest. Government have already banned these wooden boxes, but so CFB boxes are the good answer for cold storage. Their quality should be ensured. They should be laminated and in 3 ply. So next, please. Next. So there are some fruits which are especially they are this Nagpur mandarin. Nagpur mandarin. Consumers, they are looking for a very bright golden yellow color on the fruits, but while harvesting they are in breaker stage. So for giving them golden bright colors, application of ethylene is very, very important. But this operation should be after taking out the produce from the cold storage. Some traders or some people commit mistakes. They first break the color and then do a store in the cold storage. That's not right practice. And the right practice, first you take out the produce, even it's like in this color stage. It's not have you can say bright golden color. So take out this and subject to ethylene exposure. Ethylene. This is a very standard practice. Within 24 hours, you will get this bright golden yellow colors. That's having very high demand in the market. Next, please. So with this, I'll finish my talk, and the point takeaway to homes are harvest that right stage of maturity. Tree storage is often practiced, and nowadays farmers, they are very smart. They don't want to lose the price in the market, and for that they store the oranges or any this citrus produce on the tree for 20 days or 30 days extra. So once these harvested produce reach in the market, and traders, they want to store the fruits for the 30 days. So they will not they will not survive for 30 days. After 20 days, they start collapsing in the cold storage itself. So while sourcing the material from the farmer's field, the supervisors or quality insurance inspector, which are deputed with different companies or the companies who are doing business of retailing and marketing of fresh produce, especially the citrus, they making sure that fruits should be harvested at right stage. They should not be subjected to tree storage. Otherwise, their produce will not be stand for longer time while they are storing in the cold storage. Use the right harvesting and collecting gadgets. As I told in the very beginning, use the clippers which can give the very clean cut, and it should not be left the stubble, or it should not disturb the whole button. Whole button I have shown. That's a very key point. If the whole buttons are disturbed, or you can say pedicel or stubble is of in the length of more than 0.25 centimeter. So it keep on puncturing the other fruit while you are doing the different operations like grading, packing, and transportation. So it will puncture the whole the lot. So it should be taken care. Very utmost care should be taken while harvesting and collecting the produce. Avoid heating. As I told in the beginning, this peel breakdown. Breakdown phenomena is very you can say rampant nowadays. I have seen in this is Nagpur Mandarin especially. The fruits which are coming in Delhi market, we have to see some patches on the fruit surface. You could see there's a color of the peel is very dull in patches. So this breakdown of the peel is there. So it happens because of heaping. Sometimes farmers or retailers, they used to collect the fruits, and if the temperature rises because of respiration rate and collection, above 35 degrees Celsius, the breakdown of the peel takes place, and this fruit will not get right price in the market. The even the some anaerobic conditions also created over there. So off flavor also generated sometimes. Pre-storage treatment, as I told, if there are some progressive industry people who are taking part over here, they should now think of giving the vaccine treatment after taking out the produce from the cold storage, not before the storing the produce. That will give the extra window to you for the marketing the produce for longer duration. Maintaining optimal storage temperature and humidity, very important. And I quoted 5 degrees Celsius for especially the Skino Mandarin and Nagpur Mandarin. Don't do experimentation. Either you are putting 4 degrees Celsius or you're elevating 8 degrees Celsius for the want of saving the electricity. Some people say that if you reduce elevate temperature 2 degrees Celsius, your electricity expenditure will be cut down, but it will tax on the quality of your produce. So if you are observing these points, some of the key points, definitely you will get the success of success in storing of the citrus produce in good conditions. This will be a win-win situation for the businessman as well as for the end users, that's customers. So with this, I would like to finish my talk, and I'll thanks profusely to the organizer for giving me this opportunity to put off my some of the very practical point before the audience. Thanks once again. Thanks one and all.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing such wonderful insights about the storage aspects of today's topic.
I would love to have here some of the participants. If they have some of the queries, I would like to answer them.
Sure, sir. I'll take some queries. So, one of the question is, sir, how much waxing is used for 100 kg?
Nowadays, the waxes, especially which we are using in Kino Mandarin or this other citrus fruits, we are importing that wax from Australia. And for especially for 1 ton of this quinomandarin or this any other of citrus fruits. So we have to have require only 100 ml of this waxing material, 100 ml for 1 ton. So, but for that you have to have very fine device as spraying nozzles over there, especially in this vaccine and grading plant. You have seen in the pictures which I have shown to you. So that gives a very fine mist, very fine. But if you are doing it through other means, if you are dipping in this solution, or you are giving through foam matting, you are spraying the vaccine material on foam mat. After that, you are smearing the fruits on that. So it will it will take much more, you can say, waxing material, and you cannot have the even waxing on whole the fruit surface. So spraying with the fine nozzles, that's very important. And as I told you, 150 ml for 1 ton of the fruits. This material is very costly.
So the another question is wax approved as per FSSAI? Kindly suggest.
This imazolol, this wax and shellac wax. Shellac wax is of course is, very costly, because this it's obtained from the forest produce. So this very shellac wax is costly. You have to go for imazolol waxing. That's a cheap, and that's permitted from Food Safety and Standard 30 of India. Because but for any edible material, for suppose that a grape is there, you can't use the imazolol or this cetrazine or fressine for waxing, because we are using them as a whole, like strawberry or grapes or this guava. But the fruits who are consumed after peeling, you can use the cetrazine or imazolol and any other wax which are having this fungicide in their mixture, in their, you can say, formulation.
How many days can we store lime by using waxing technology?
Without waxing, you can store the lime about 20 days, 21 days without waxing. Of course, there will be, you can say, scalding on the skin. Scalding on the skin, it means its cosmetic appeal have gone, but inside the juice is intact. But for, you can say, giving good consumer appeal, you have to have wax, and even the 45 days you can store the lime or lemon without any, you can say, shrinkage or losing its cosmetic appeal for 45 days, I would say.
Okay. So one more question. Why waxing after taking out from cold storage system?
So cold storage means you are putting the live material in a very comfortable position. Understand? Suppose that we are sitting in an AC room. So we are comfortable. Our catabolic process, our respiration rate, our other metabolic process, they are at low key conditions. So during the cold storage, produce is comfortable. There is no much more water loss, because already we are maintaining humidity around 95%. Once we take out the produce from the cold storage, it's a comes in stress condition. So to avoid that, you can say, excessive water loss and all that, we have to give the waxing. So that extend the shelf life. That's the logic behind it, simple logic.
Okay, sir. One more question is there. How many days Nagpur orange can be stored in laminated safety boxes?
Laminated safety boxes. That's why you should not call the laminated safety boxes. Any person who are looking for storage of Nagpur mandarin, he or she should use these safety boxes, which is having upper layer, means laminated. So that's not safety box, I could say. The simple safety box, but you are complying the one of the norms, because under the cold storage, humidity is maintained around 95% RH, relative humidity. If the lamination is not there, so it will absorb the humidity and whole your safety box collapse when you are taking out. It will be in saggy condition. So by putting this safety box, this Nagpur mandarin can be stored. Already people are storing around 35 days in good enough condition, very very good condition. Even the people are storing up to 40 days, 42 days like that.
Okay, sir. Two, three participants have asked common question about removal of wax from the fruits, like having its health hazard. So, is it safe to consume, or how to remove it, sir?
There is no need to remove the wax from the fruit because we used to throw the peel. After peeling, we consume the most of the citrus fruit. No need to remove this wax.
Okay, so one more is coming. Washing off acid lime do affect the storage capacity of the fruits?
Of course, once we harvest the produce from the field or orchards, microbial load is there. If you are simply washing the any commodity, not only this acid lime or Rangpur lime or any, so definitely it will going to help you. It will remove some of the microbial load from the fruit surface, and the fungal attack will be minimized. Definitely, you are going to enhance the shelf life. It's a general observation. By simply washing the any produce with the tap water, around 10% microbial load you are going to bring it down.
Okay, sir. This is the last question that we are taking now. I will read that. The temperature required to store the lemon into cold storage, and how much weight loss will be there of lemon after 45 days of storage in cold storage?
Weight loss, basically we called it PLW, physiological loss in weight. So hardly it's reaches around 2.5 to 3%, not more than that. Should be in the range of that. If you are maintaining the proper RH, relative humidity in your cold storage.
And sir, temperature required to store?
As I told you, this most of the citrus fruits temperature required is 4 to 8 degrees Celsius. So it will be better to use the temperatures 4 to 5 degrees Celsius in the range of 4 to 5 Celsius for lime or lemon.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Our participants must have definitely benefited from all the inputs that we have gained from on the storage aspects of this particular products. So I really extend sincere thanks for accepting our invitation and giving us such wonderful insights. Thank you very much, sir. So we have some questions. Sir, are you there? Anupaya, sir?
Hello, I'm there. Yeah.
Sure, sir, sure, sir. I'll sir take some questions that we have from the participants. The first one is what would be the value-added products from the citron?
On it's peel powder. Peel powder is the most easiest because solar dryer or any type of dryer can be used. And this one or that. If you want to go to a slightly higher technology, then essential oils. Citron also has a good quantity of pectin.
And sir, one more question is there. Can we utilize the residue after pectin extraction?
Yeah, that will go into cattle feed industry only because there will be hardly any fibrous material will be left back. So that is what in that slide I had shown that we get around 25% which can go into, yeah, 25% is the maximum that you can get, and that will go into animal feed industry. And one of the important things that I would like to tell here is it's very difficult to convert citrus waste into compost manure or put it into vermicomposting. So that is not an option that we try giving.
So one more is there that the lemon juice produced from Assam lemon becomes bitter in taste. So is there any solution to remove this bitterness from the lemon juice?
Almost every citrus fruit, the minute you allow it to oxidize, turns bitter. It is not just Assam lime only, every material. So the easiest thing is convert it before it becomes turns bitter. Convert it into this one. What is that? Concentrate. with sugar solution that arrests the bittering, because bittering is actually a oxidation process. On the other hand, there are process, CFTRI also has a process of debittering citrus fruit juices. So there is a process for debittering the citrus fruit juices. And this we normally give it for sweet lime, Mosambik.
And so last question we are taking, that is regarding how much currently, like in terms of percentage, how much Kagzi lime has been processed?
Kagzi lime is actually a value-added lime, because at present Kagzi lime is very, very expensive. But then one of the important things about Kagzi lime is the amount of juice that we get is very high. So it's not just 50%, it's almost around 62%. And flavor is very good. Hence, Kagzi lime goes mainly into table requirement only. And it has a very good value. And if ever you want to produce any product, yes, the juice content is very high. So any syrup making or cordial making or concentrate making, Kagzi lime is a very, very important thing.
Thank you so much, sir, for answering to all the queries of the participants. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah.
So we will now proceed to our next aspect of our technical session that will involve some demonstration videos of processing. First, we will show kachai lemon pickle processing video. We'll be sharing the video shortly.
Hello everyone. On behalf of Indian Institute of Food Processing Technology, under Ministry of Food Processing Industries, I welcome you all for the video demonstration session on Kachai Lemon Pickle under capacity building component of PMFME scheme. Kachai lemon is an exotic horticultural fruit of Manipur, which is one among the 10 horticultural products from northeast India to have got the GI tags. The flavor of this lemon is very refreshing and pleasant. Kachai lemon is a high-yielding landrace of lemon. It is consumed as fresh fruit and also used for making juice and pickles, and is grown extensively in the surrounding areas of Kachai village of Manipur. Kachai lemon is considered to be having the highest ascorbic acid, which is 51%, while other lemon cultivars have only 20 to 30%. It is used primarily for drinks and fresh juice or lemonade, cooking and flavoring, especially in the making of lemon pies, lemon cakes, candies, jams and marmalades, and also for medicinal purposes due to its high content of vitamins. Kachai lemon pickle. Indian meal are incomplete without pickles and are needed on a daily basis, therefore creating a huge demand for pickles. Lemon pickle is a traditional Indian condiment made of lemon, ground spices, salt, and an optional ingredient, oil. 3 variants of pickles are made with kachai lemon: kachai lemon salt pickle, kachai lemon sweet pickle, and kachai lemon sweet pickle without oil. Regular, traditional, and most popular method is kachai lemon salt pickle, with 64% kachai lemon and other ingredients, that is salt, oil, chili powder, fenugreek, cumin seed powder, turmeric powder, etc. This video will explain how to make this pickle. Harvesting. Kachai lemon generally starts bearing fruits from November and continues till April. The fruit-bearing plants of kachai lemon looks like flowering trees during harvesting time. Simply beautiful, colorful, and attractive to everyone. Usually hand-picking is done, but for large scale, various machines are available in the market. Cleaning, sorting, and washing. Kachai lemons are sorted out, separated from bruised and damaged fruits. Insect damage of fungal infection. Elect ripe but not overripe lemons are then washed thoroughly in fresh water to remove the dust and extraneous material. The adhering moisture should be removed after washing. Cutting. Cut into 4 pieces or alternatively cut into smaller, uniform sized pieces and remove the seeds. Brine. Dip the pieces into a saturated salt solution for 20 to 30 minutes. Alternatively, pack the limes and salt in layers in a sealed jar, ensuring that the surface is covered with juice. Ferment the packed lime for 24 hours. It may be necessary to press the fruits down to hold them under the surface of the liquid. Drying. Dry the lime pieces in the sun for 2 to 3 days. Sometimes salt crystals are sprinkled on the lime while they are drying. Drying is continued until the skin becomes brown and the pieces are soft and breakable. Ingredients. For 5 kg kachai lemon, we need 1 kg salt, 5 gram turmeric powder, 150 gram chili powder, 100 gram fenugreek seeds and 100 gram mustard seeds. Roast the fenugreek until they start to splutter. Mix all the ingredients, that is cumin seeds powder, salt, chili powder and turmeric powder, and oil of your choice in little quantity to make mix like a paste and add it to lemon pieces. According to FSSAI specifications, pickles in citric juice or brine need to conform to the following requirements. Grained weight not less than 60%. Sodium chloride content when packed in brine should not be less than 12%. Acidity as citric acid when packed in citric juice should not be less than 1.2%. Adding oil. Heat oil in a pan until it starts smoking and cool it down. Oil is a popular medium used for preserving pickles in our country, as it simply seals off the air from the item that is being pickled. Mustard oil is most popular oil for pickling. Packaging and storage. Kachai lemon pickle can be packed in small polythene bags and sealed, or in clean jars and capped. Store in a cool place away from direct sunlight. Store for 1 month to allow fermentation to take place. According to FSSAI specifications, pickles should be free from copper, mineral acid, alum, synthetic colors, and shall show no signs of fermentation. Space requirement. The pickle making business does not need a large space or area and can be prepared in smaller areas too, without affecting the quality. Minimal investment. This business does not require much investment since the demands of the business are minimal. Majority of the expenses for the business include purchasing of ingredients and marketing the business. Till now we have seen the demonstration of Kachai lemon pickle processing in PMFME scheme under Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan. The Ministry of Food Processing Industries, in partnership with state or UT governments, has launched an all-India centrally sponsored Prime Minister Formalization of Microfood Processing Enterprises scheme for providing financial, technical and business support for upgradation of existing micro-food processing enterprise. For more details, please visit our web links given here.
This was the demonstration video for Kachai lemon pickle processing. Now we have taken one more product under the citrus fruits, that is Kinnu drink processing. So we will be for other products we will be sharing you the web page and we will be showing that in detail. So this is regarding the Kinnu drink. One more product we will be showing the demonstration video. Thank you.
On behalf of Indian Institute of Food Processing Technology, under the Ministry of Food Processing Industries, I welcome you all for the video demonstration session on the processing of Kino drink under the capacity building activity of PMFME scheme. Kino is a prevalent fruit crop of the mandarin group and belongs to the Rutaceae family. It's juicier than oranges and has more sour taste, while oranges are known to be sweet in their taste. It is considered the healthiest citrus fruit as it acts as an anti-poison medicine, lowers blood pressure, helps in digestion relief, increase blood circulation, rich in vitamin C, and has a number of other health benefits. It is mainly cultivated in Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan, Jammu and Kashmir, and Himachal Pradesh. There are various products that we can get through Kino, but in this video, we will focus on the processing of Kino into Kino drink. Original and undiluted fresh drink is difficult to market commercially because it requires special processing to preserve it. Kino juice is commonly marketed in three forms: as a frozen concentrate, which is diluted with water after purchase; as a reconstituted liquid, which has been concentrated and then diluted prior to sale; or as a single strength unconcentrated beverage called as NFC or not from concentrate. The later two types are also known as ready to drink juices. The processing of Kino into drink form requires extra care and is done in various steps. Let's start from the top. Step 1. Harvesting or collection. When the mature fruit's external color becomes orange, it is ready to be picked. Kino is generally harvested by the clippers, followed by dropping on the ground and collection in crates, which ultimately accounts for the considerable post-harvest losses. This quantum of losses can be effectively minimized with appropriate processing of Kino into different value-added products. Step 2. Post-harvest cleaning. The certified fruit is then transported along a conveyor belt where it is washed with water as it passes over roller brushes. This process removes debris and dirt and reduces the number of microbes. The fruit is rinsed and dried. Step 3. Sorting. Fruits are graded on the basis of their size and color. The fruit which are oblong, high collard, immature, puffy, blemished, deformed, deep green in color, bruised and diseased are removed during the sorting operation. Step 4. Extraction. Extraction involves squeezing or reaming juice out of either whole or halved kinos by means of mechanical pressure. Proper juice extraction is important to optimize the efficiency of the juice production process as well as the quality of the finished drink. The thick peels, which contain bitter resins, must be carefully separated to avoid tainting the sweeter juice. The extracted juice is filtered through a stainless steel screen before it is ready for the next stage. However, the juice is commonly concentrated with a piece of equipment known as a thermally accelerated short-term evaporator or taste for short. Concentration is done to reduce the moisture content and to extend the shelf life. When the juice processor is ready to prepare a commercial package for retail sale, the concentrate is pulled from several storage batches and blended with water to achieve a desired sugar to acid ratio, color, and flavor. This step must be carefully controlled because during the concentration process, much of the juice's flavor may be lost. Step 5. Pasteurization. Thanks to its low pH, that is about 4, quinoa juice has some natural protection from bacteria, yeast, and the mold growth. However, pasteurization is still required to further retard spoilage. Hot pasteurized juice is used to preheat incoming unpasteurized juice. The preheated juice is further heated with steam or hot water to the pasteurization temperature reaching up to 85 to 94 degrees Celsius for about 30 seconds is considered adequate temperature to reduce the microbe count and prepare the juice for filling. Step 6. Packaging. To ensure sterility, the pasteurized juice should be filled while still hot. Where possible, metal or glass bottles or cans can be preheated. Packaging which cannot withstand high temperature, like multi-layered plastic juice boxes, must be filled in a sterile environment. Instead of heat, hydrogen peroxide may be used prior to filling. In any case, the empty packages are fed down a conveyor belt to liquid filling machinery. The filling head meters the precise amount of the product into the container, and depending on the design of the package, it may immediately invert to sterilize the lid. After filling, the containers are cooled as fast as possible. Quinoa drink, packaged in this manner, has a shelf life of 6 to 8 months at room temperature. Step 7. Storage. The packages should be stored in cardboard box away from the sunlight. The storage room should be clean, dry, cool and free from pests. Till now, we have seen the demonstration of quinoa processing in PMFME scheme under Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan. The Ministry of Food Processing Industries, in partnership with the state or UT governments, has launched an All India centrally sponsored Prime Minister Formalization of Micro Food Processing Enterprise scheme for providing financial, technical, and business support for upgradation of existing micro food processing enterprises.
Moving towards our next technical session, we have with us Dr. V. Arun Prasad sir, Assistant Professor, Department of Food Process Engineering, National Institute of Technology, Rourkela, Odisha. I introduce sir to you all participants. Sir got PhD degree in Tamil Nadu Agriculture University in Food Engineering, with published more than 20 research papers in various international and national journals, 10 technical popular articles, and a book to his credit. He has research areas of interest in the area of post-harvest handling, storage of fresh commodities, development packaging materials, design and development of processing equipments. He has taught basic engineering as well as advanced food processing engineering courses for various undergraduate students of various colleges like KCAT, Kerala Agriculture University, and in Agriculture College and Research Institute, TNAU, Coimbatore. We welcome you, sir, and we are thankful for accepting our invitation. The session is over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you for giving me the opportunity to present related to the packaging solutions of citrus-based product. And from the morning session, most of the sessions were covered related to the manufacturing process involved in production of citrus-based products. And probably we'll discuss some of the important aspects about packaging solutions for citrus-based product in this lecture. Yeah. So the contents are going to be this small introduction to the citrus-based products and some processed products out of citrus fruits, and the packaging requirements for those products, and some quality changes associated with packing and storage, and some of the important packaging materials which are useful in the case of packing citrus-based food products. So as a small introduction, you see the packaging is the most important part in a processing sector. So without novel or innovative packaging method, marketing will be very difficult in case of fresh commodities such as fresh juice, dehydrated fruits and vegetables, fruit powders, everything. And packaging play a very important role in maintaining the quality during the storage and distribution. So during the retailing of processed product, packaging play a major role in consumer preference, and possibly packaging play a major role in marketing, distribution, and supply chain. So nowadays, the recent packaging techniques are the retail packagings, which helps in retailing of commercially processed food materials. Yeah. So these are some basic functions of packaging. And packaging, whatever packaging we design, it should prevent spoilage of product during the supply chain, and then marketing of a product. Marketing of the product, during the marketing of product, it should be more attractive to the consumers, and it should provide, it should maintain the quality during the entire supply chain. Specific functions of the packaging includes, it should protect the commodity after preservation, and it should provide a containment space to the product, and it should reduce wastage during during the market, and it should provide traceability and convenience to the consumers. So these are the basic processing steps where the role of packaging is highlighted here. After receiving the raw material and processing the raw material, for example, you can take the citrus juice. After processing and pasteurizing the citrus juice, aseptically packing into a PET bottles or glass bottles, and then it goes as a primary packaging to the fruit juices, and then a secondary packages which contains number of primary units, and put together it forms a secondary packaging, and then the tertiary packaging, number of secondary units put together it forms a tertiary packaging. So these layers of packaging, or this primary, secondary, and tertiary packaging provides a condition where the food materials can be stored effectively for a longer period of time, and during the entire period of time the quality has to be retained, and it provides an additional benefits of handling convenience, transportation convenience without any damages. And then, so these are some of the citrus-based processed product. You would have discussed about the manufacturing techniques related to these products in the previous lectures. I just want to highlight what are the different types of categories where the citrus-based food products are produced. So if you see beverages, non-alcoholic beverages from citrus fruits, it includes ready-to-serve fruit drinks and fresh fruit juices and concentrated fruit juices, as concentrated fruit pulp or concentrated fruit juices such as squashes and fruit nectars, and then other processed food materials such as pickle. Pickle is one of the important processed food product out of citrus fruits, and then jam, citrus jam, marmalade, and then jelly, citrus-based jelly, fruit bars, fruit candies, dehydrated, osmotically dehydrated fruit candies are available, and then fruit powders. So instant fruit powders to reconstitute as a fruit juices are available. So these are the major categories of citrus-based food products available in the market, and we will see the packaging solutions for these products in the following slides. First, before going into the packaging material, before discussing about the packaging materials, I just want to bring you the requirements for packaging. So why we need a packaging solution? Why we need a packaging for fruits and vegetable or citrus-based food products? This points shows the packaging requirements of beverages, especially citrus-based beverages. So this packaging, PET bottle, or it may be a tetra pouch, or it may be a cotton box, it should provide leak-proof containment space to the fruit juices, and it should prevent the changes against chemicals or chemical changes related to storage and distribution. And then there should not be any changes in the flavor. So it should not acquire any flavor from the atmosphere or external sources. And it should provide a safe, hygienic places without any cross-contaminations of microorganisms. And it should retain, if it is a carbonated beverages, it should retain the carbonation. And then it should be providing an easy disposable and economical way to packing of food materials, and it should give good appearance to the consumers. Whereas the packaging requirements, other general packaging requirements for processed food materials, especially dehydrated foods, foods, citrus fruits and vegetables. So it should prevent the moisture transfer. It should retain. It should hold the moisture. It should not allow moisture to penetrate into the packaging, and it should not allow oxygen to permeate. So these are the basic requirement. Oxygen barrier property and moisture barrier property, and then it should prevent the reactions to the surrounding, especially sunlight. So when it is exposed to sunlight, the chances of color changes are more in case of processed fruit juices. And then it should extend the market for a larger market for a longer period of time, and then it should extend the shelf life of the product throughout the supply chain, and then it should provide a greater convenience to the consumers. So like easy to drink or easy to open or easy to use and disposable pouches are best example for this kind of packaging materials. And let us see some of the quality changes associated with fresh citrus fruit juice as well as processed citrus products. If you see, most of the fruit juices, especially citrus fruit juices, are acidic in nature, and because of the rich in organic acids, because it is rich in organic acid, and this changes associated with acidity has to be prevented during the entire storage period, and then changes in the vitamin C content. So if you see the processing methods, when it is a heat pasteurized or thermally processed fruit juices, the quantity of vitamin C content will be obviously less when compared to other non-thermal processing techniques, whereas the losses during storage has to be can be reduced by preventing contact with the atmospheric sunlight or other atmospheric oxygen. And then storing a commodity under low temperature will also prevent vitamin C losses. And then as much as possible, we should be able to prevent the enzymatic changes after processing. So most of the enzymes are the enzymes which causes changes to the fruit juices are destroyed during the processing techniques, processing methods. And then the microbial changes. So as the fruit juices are sterilized and packed aseptically into the packaging materials, the role of packaging is to prevent cross-contamination of microorganisms. And then as the packaging prevents the sunlight or exposure to the sunlight, it retains the color and flavor. So these are some of the quality changes associated with the packaging of citrus fruit products. And our packaging, the designed packaging material should prevent all these changes associated with enzymes, microbes, colors and flavors, as well as our enzymatic changes and vitamin C content, changes in the vitamin C content. So let's see the packaging requirements for the selection of packaging materials, and then the different packaging materials available for packing of citrus-based products. Glass jars. So these glass jars, either glass bottles for beverages, and then the glass jars for pickles are widely used in case of packing. And then PET bottles. So PET bottles are gaining more importance nowadays, and most of the glass bottles are replaced with PET bottles due to increased convenience. And PET bottles is made up of polyethylene terephthalate and polyvinyl chloride, that is PVC. High density polyethylene pouches and PET bottles are available, and then this high density and low density pouches are very much useful in case of packing pickles as well as processed and dehydrated citrus fruits. And flexible pouches. So flexible pouches, which gives more convenient in case of handling the fruits and vegetables, handling this processed citrus fruits. And metal cans. So metal cans is also having a role in case of storing dehydrated commodities. So as it provides moisture-free environment, these metal cans are used in case of packing dehydrated fruit powders and dehydrated fruits. And then metal cans can be also used in case of packing concentrated fruit pulps for a longer period of time. And then the paper as a material, paper, you have a multi-layer paper pouches or paper cartons, which includes number of layers in it. So we'll see one by one in our following slides. And then bag in box system. So it includes a polymer or plastic pouches, multi-layer plastic pouches in combination with a paper board, which gives an additional advantage. And then the selection of packaging materials, it depends upon the production methods and the display requirement of the particular product and the economic considerations of the particular product, and then market need and the storage duration and the product character of the product and character nature of the product. Some fruit powders may be expected to be hygroscopic in nature. In such case, a moisture-free packaging material or the packaging material which is more resistant to the permeability of moisture and oxygen is recommended there. And then the properties of packaging materials, which includes permeability, puncture resistance. So all those things are to be considered during selecting the packaging material for the particular product. So this is the flexible pouch. So this is a multi-layer plus flexible pouches, which are ideally used for retailing of fresh fruit juices. So it has a convenience. It is easy to open and easy to consume the product. So this kind of aseptic packaging pouches are shelf-stable. There is no requirement for refrigeration once the sterile food materials are packed into it, and then it lowers the carbon footprint than the metal cans and other rigid packaging materials. It has an easy opening and closing. All age group of people can be using this particular pouches, easy to use pouches, and it can be customized according to the need of the manufacturer. It can be used for 100 ml to 200 ml or 250 ml according to the consumer needs. So the next packaging material is glass. So glass is one of the important packaging material in case of packing of pickles, especially as this glass are inert materials. It doesn't react with the acidic food materials, as the acidity of the food or most of the salt, most of the pickle based food materials, citrus based pickles are highly corrosive in nature. So in order to avoid the corrosion of metal cans, can be replaced with this glass containers. Glass bottles can be used for citrus juice, and then the glass jars, wide mouth glass jars are easily accommodated for pickles as well as citrus jam, and it is easy to clean. It can be reused, and it is environmental friendly, and it provide colored glasses can also be used in case of in order to prevent reaction with the light and atmospheric light. And then the advantages are it has a good thermal stability, and impact sterilization is possible after sealing the citrus fruit or processed citrus fruit materials in the glass container. It is possible to sterilize the glass containers, and then it is a premium. It gives a premium look to the consumers, and it is 100% recyclable. And then the disadvantages are it is expensive when compared to PET bottles, and it is more fragile when compared to PET bottles. So long distance road transportations are very much difficult in case of glass containers, whereas in PET bottles, these are some of the advantages. And then the very important packaging system, which is Tetra pouch. So this is a multi-layer pouches, which includes pouches number of layers like aluminum, polyethylene layer, paper board, and then the nylon layer in order to give puncture resistance, permeability, restriction in oxygen and light permeability, and then it gives mechanical strength. So these multi-layer pouches are very much useful in case of packing the fruit juices, citrus fruit juices, and as well as the dairy products as well. And this is very important packaging material from commercial point of view. This gives a convenience in case of handling the material, and automated packaging machineries are available for forming and filling this kind of pouches, which gives an additional advantage of industrial usage. And then the PET bottles. Recently, the usage of PET bottles are increasing tremendously because of its a wide variety in case of quantity, in case of volume. So it can be used for 100 ml, it can be used for 250 ml or even 3 liters. So this kind of PET bottles can be widely used in case of fruit juices, or especially carbonated beverages, as it is pressure resistance, and it can be used for fruit juices like citrus fruit juices, as it is non-reactive and it gives a clear, transparent look, and it has a lightweight, durable, and it is 100% recyclable as well. And then the next system which we are going to discuss is the bag-in-box fruit juice or fruit juices. So this is a combination of plastic, multi-layer plastic pouches in case of with cotton boxes. So the aseptically packed fruit juices or fruit pulp can be transported to a longer distance with a bag-in-box system. One of the advantages in this bag-in-box system is it can be used for a higher capacity, for 100-liter capacity or 500-liter capacity for bulk export of fruit pulps. This bag-in-box systems are used, and this bag-in-box system is widely used to replace metal cans. So metal cans, the packaging cost or the material cost is very high. It can be replaced with a flexible pouch in combination with the cotton boxes. And then the flexible multi-layer pouches. So these multi-layer pouches, which is made up of high-density polyethylene or low-density polyethylene material, are very much useful in case of packing dehydrated fruit products, like osmotically dehydrated fruits or fruit powders, as it prevents moisture transfer, as it prevents light transfer. So it comes with some convenience. It can be accommodated with a Ziploc system or reusable pouches, and then resealable pouches. It is lightweight, and it can be customized according to the need of industry. And so these are some of the aspects which we have discussed related to citrus processing or processing of citrus food materials. And I'd like to give some insight about active and intelligent packaging systems. In general, active packaging are the packaging material which performs some additional functions in addition to the basic functions. In addition to the basic functions, if a packaging materials provides an additional functions of improving the quality during the storage or increasing the shelf life of the product, it can be called as active packaging. We'll see some of the examples of active packaging in the following slides. And then intelligent packaging provides an indication or monitoring of the freshness or any changes associated with the food materials. So active packaging and intelligent packagings are gaining more importance nowadays in commercial packaging, as it provides an additional functions. So active packaging can be classified into 3 systems. One is active scavenging system, and releasing or emitting system, or controlling system, controlled release of some materials. So these are the major category of active packaging system. And the functions of active packaging systems, these are some of the important functions. Oxygen scavenging, it absorbs the oxygen from the packaging so that it extends the shelf life of the product. And then it removes, in case some water vapor is present inside the pouches, the packaging material itself will absorb the water vapor. And then the ethylene removal packaging or ethanol releasing packaging materials and self-healing composite materials, nano packaging materials, are used in case of active packaging systems. And then the temperature regulating systems are also available. And then the light and relatively antimicrobial releasing materials are available as a active packaging material. And I will just like to give some of the active packaging system in a quick glance. UV light activated oxygen scavenging polymer. So when it is exposed to UV light, the polymer tends to activate and it absorbs oxygen from the package. And oxygen scavenging packaging materials commercially available. And this is an example of CryoVac. This is an example of oxygen scavenging film, which is commercially available. So this particular film is capable of absorbing the oxygen from the package. So it prevents the changes associated with oxygen or oxidative changes inside the food materials, and thereby it extends the shelf life. And then moisture control. Some of the dehydrated products which are hygroscopic in nature will get deteriorated when it gets exposed to water molecules. So this kind of oxygen absorbing materials can be packed within, and it absorbs the excess moisture and it retains the shelf life of the product. And then oxygen, the CO2 releasing system. So these are also some of the packaging materials or packaging films where it is capable of releasing CO2 inside the packaging that to enhance the freshness and enhance the shelf life of the product. And antimicrobial. So controlled emitting of antimicrobial substances into the packaging materials is gaining more important in retaining the shelf life of commodity. And you can see it reduces the foodborne illness, and it prevents microbial spoilage, and it increases the safety of the consumers. Antioxidant packaging. So these are some of the alternative to oxygen scavenging packaging material. So this antioxidant packaging films are coated with antioxidants, which can be released with respect to different changing conditions, like increase in the temperature or increase in the moisture content. And then this comes to the intelligent packaging. Intelligent packaging, as I said in the previous slide, intelligent packaging provides an additional information about the quality changes occurred after packaging. So either it senses the environmental changes inside and outside the packaging materials, or it informs the consumers and retailers about the quality changes occurs during the packaging and storage, and it provides a traceability, and it increases the convenience of retailing. So these are some of the functions of intelligent packaging. You can see oxygen sensors, time temperature sensors, gas sensors, ethylene sensors, or ripening sensors, biosensor, and leak indicators, RFID tags. So these are some of the examples for intelligent packaging system. Let me give you some examples. So this is a commercially available oxygen indicators, which shows the changes inside the packaging materials, are increase or decrease in the oxygen content inside the packaging materials. So based on the level of oxygen inside the package, we can determine the quality of the content. And then time temperature indicators, which shows the time temperature changes with respect to different storage conditions. And then this microbial growth indicator. So this particular microbial growth indicators can be used to highlight the changes associated with the microbial changes. And if there is some microbial change, it senses the metabolites released during the microbial growth, and it fades away the barcode, so which is difficult for the retailer to market it, or it gives the consumer a safe product. And ripening sensors, in case of fresh citrus fruits, this kind of ripening sensors, which indicates the ripening stages of the food materials, is also gaining more important nowadays. So that's all related to the packaging solutions to citrus fruits and processed citrus fruits. I request the audience, if there is any doubt, please go ahead. Am I audible?
Thank you so much, sir, for a wonderful session. Participants can put their questions in the chat box related to the topic packaging solution that sir took. Yeah, sir, one question. Which is the more preferable packaging material for citrus juice to extend shelf life?
Citrus fruit for?
To extend the shelf life.
Yeah. So citrus fruit juices are mostly packed in case of PET bottles. PET bottles provide them maximum shelf life, and the glass materials can also be used, but due to the convenience point of view, PET bottles are widely used, and PET bottles are the most preferred in case of fresh processed citrus fruit juices.
Yes, sir. One more question is there. How much investment will be required for small scale unit of pouch packages?
It depends upon the quantity of your production. For a minimum production or a small scale capacity, pouch packaging machineries are available. Indigenous machineries are available. The cost of starting from 6 lakhs to 10 lakhs pouch packaging machines are available for small scale industries. And then it comes with semi-automatic and automatic systems. It depends upon the production need. You can go for semi-automatic or completely automated systems.
Okay, sir. One more question has come. I don't know if I'm reading it correct. In ploy packs, the juice quality is normal or deteriorated if stored for longer times?
It comes with the shelf life for a period of 3 months or 3 to 4 months. It can be stored without any deterioration. For a longer period of time, or more than 6 months of time, poly pouches are not recommended.
Okay, any other questions related to the packaging? One question is there, sir, from KVK Tirunelveli, that where can we get different kinds of packaging materials?
Packaging materials manufacturers are available. Even in Tamil Nadu, there are a lot of packaging material manufacturers available, and they provide packaging solutions. For example, a Coimbatore-based company which provides stand-up pouches and flexible pouches are there. There are a lot of companies which provide an indigenous packaging materials. It depends upon your need, your capacity, production capacity, the type of product which you are processing.
Okay, so one question is there. In case of PET bottle for packaging citrus juice, won't it interact with the juice like transmitting monomer from plastics into juice?
I'm not getting you. Can you repeat the question?
Yes, I will repeat, sir. In case of PET bottle for packaging the citrus juices, the question is, won't it interact with the juice like transmitting monomer from plastic into the juice?
No. So for PET bottles, no. In the food graded PET bottles are available where the reaction with the food materials are very less. So even you can say there is no reaction with the PET materials, and transmitting monomers, it won't be a much problem in case of fruit juices. Whereas in case of oil-based products, no, this kind of problem arise much. But in case of fruit juices, the PET bottles are more used, are mostly recommended in case of fruit juices. PET bottles are highly recommended. There is no such transmitting monomers from the plastics. In case of oil industries, these kind of problems arise mostly.
Okay, sir. One more question is there, sir. Packaging material for sweet lime juice powder.
Packaging material. Multi-layer pouches or multi-layer pouches can be used in case of fruit powders with high vapor and oxygen permeability.
Thank you so much, sir. You have solved all our participants' queries, and the participants must have benefited from the insights, valuable insights that you have given on the packaging aspect of today's commodity that we have taken. I am very much thankful to you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much.
Proceeding towards the next technical talk, which is on selection, procurement, and supply chain management of citrus fruits for processing industry. We have with us Shri Arun Mehta, sir, advisor, Reliance Retail Premium Fruit Business, Gurugram, New Delhi. I'll introduce sir to all the participants. Sir is well experienced in the field of agriculture professional with a demonstrated history of working in retail industry since last 39 years and more than that. He is very much skilled in the area of retail, sales, fresh produce quality, quality management, post-harvest technology, loss reduction, sourcing quality training, supply chain management, electronic way of auctioning the fresh produce, implementing and monitoring the agri-related projects. With strong quality assurance professional with a master's degree in agriculture and postgraduate diploma in journalism, we welcome you, sir. The session is over to you, and we are thankful for accepting our invitation and being with us today on this program, sir. The session is over to you, sir.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I will talk about the fresh products quality. So, basically, today our seminar is on selection, procurement, supply chain, management of citrus fruits, especially required for processing industry. So, in the citrus fruit category, mainly these fruits are covered: oranges, sweet lime, lemon, kinnu, and grapefruits. But out of these, the major is orange and sweet lime. I will talk about some facts about citrus fruits. Citrus industry in India is basically third largest fruit industry after mango and banana. India ranks 9th among the top orange producing countries in the world. Mandarin orange is called mandarin also. Mandarin orange is most common among citrus fruits grown in India. Orange is very rich in vitamin C, A, B, phosphorus, etc. Orange is basically consumed as a fresh or in the form of juices, jams, squashes, and syrup. Orange is also a main source of peel oil, citric acid, and cosmetic, which have international market value. Orange and kinnu are basically a loose jacket variety, which can be peeled easily. Whereas the sweet orange, lemon, grapefruit are tough skin varieties, which are difficult to peel. Now, growing location. This is in terms of the highest to lowest. Orange highest grown in Madhya Pradesh, then Punjab, Maharashtra, Rajasthan, Assam. Lemon highest production is there in the Andhra, Maharashtra, then Tamil Nadu, Gujarat, and Rajasthan belt. Sweet
Excuse
orange
me,
is.
sir.
Yes, sir.
Sir, have you changed the screen? Like slide, have you changed? Because we
Yes.
can only see the title slide.
I have changed. It's not
Now
like
we can see. Yeah, now we can see. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
So I was talking about growing location. The orange is mainly grown in Madhya Pradesh, Punjab, Maharashtra, Rajasthan, and Assam. Lemon growing area highest in Andhra Pradesh, then comes to Maharashtra, then Tamil Nadu, Gujarat, and Rajasthan. Sweet oranges are mainly grown in Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, and Karnataka. Kinnu is highest production is there in Punjab, then Rajasthan, Haryana, Himachal Pradesh, and little bit in J&K. And grapefruit is grown in Maharashtra region, some in Andhra region, then Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. So these are the major states which grow citrus fruits. Because citrus production, special type of soil and climate is required. In these all states, this climate is very suitable for growing the citrus. Now we'll talk about the quality requirement of citrus fruits. What quality is required and what we are looking for. First important thing we should remember that citrus fruits are non-climatic fruits. You must be knowing that all fruits can be divided into two categories, climatic fruit and non-climatic fruit. Climatic fruits are fruit which you can ripen after harvest, like banana, papaya, sapota, etc. But non-climatic fruit means which cannot be ripened after harvest, which you have to harvest at mature stage, only then it will be have a proper flavor, taste, and other parameters. So citrus fruit comes in that category. Like grapes is also coming in non-climatic category. Grapes also, if you will harvest sour grape, it will not become sweet. Similarly, if you want sweet taste of sweet orange or sweet mandarin, you have to harvest at proper stage when it is become mature and color is turned to yellow and it is sweeter. So before harvesting, you have to check the TSS level, then you have to harvest. After harvesting, it will not ripe at all. Color may change. Color is influenced by the environmental factors also. The color can change, but don't think that if yellow Mosambi will be more sweeter than green Mosambi. It's not like that. Color may change due to ethylene, which is present in the environment. But if you want some sweet taste of citrus fruits, you have to harvest at matured stage. Only then it will be little sweet taste, otherwise it will remain sour. You cannot ripen after that. Citrus fruit is very sensitive to injury and skin abrasion. You see that all citrus fruit contain this, that skin is not smooth. It is little bit perforated. So that skin is more sensitive and it is prone for fungal infection and bacterial infection. And it contains oil also. So whenever, so you have to handle this very carefully. If suppose it's not handled carefully, the oil cell will get damage on the skin and you will find some brown patches or bruise marks on the skin. Sugar acid ratio, TSS, and juice content play a very important role in deciding its quality. Juice is very important factor, especially for the processing industry, because if juice is less, you will not able to get the desired yield for your product. So you have to find out juice percentage. There is a one myth that some people are thinking that when you grow some fruit, so the top quality, premium quality, and grade A and grade B will be sold in the market, and only grade C will go to the processing industry. It's not like that. If some people are thinking like that, they will buy grade C product, which is just eatable, and they can make their business good, or they will have a good yield out of that. So this is not correct. If you will buy smaller fruit, generally in grade C product, fruits are smaller, fruits are defective. So when you will do the processing, many fruits you will not able to peel. Many fruits will be bad from inside, and also the juice and waste ratio will be different. Juice will be very less in that. But if you will do the processing for the good quality citrus fruits, like larger fruits, bigger fruits, then you will get the desired result out of that. Like large size Mosami, large size oranges, which are having a good quality form, they can even give you more than 50% juice content. So my suggestion is that we should go for the best quality fruits. It will be costlier than others. And even if you will buy in the glut season, when peak season is there, you will get the proper rate. All the products in the early season and late season are always costly. And also you can take the benefit of storage. Also, I will talk in later slides how we can store that, how much time we can store citrus fruits. So go for that. So improper packaging and transportation are also one of the major reasons of high losses, because citrus fruits are, as I told you, very sensitive product, and many people are not following the right criteria of packing and transportation. They bring the produce in loose condition in the lorries, and that will lead to the high losses in the product. Since it is juicy fruit, it lose water very fast and become unfresh, dull and dry if not stored at low temperature. Because all the juicy fruit, because inside there is water, 85% water is there, juice is there. So that is moving out in the environment at very fast speed if temperature is high. It's very important. And when moisture loss will be higher, the produced look will be dry and it will look dull. So it is very important that you have to keep immediately in the low temperature to avoid that. So what are the major quality parameters of citrus fruits? First of all, for all the products, not only citrus, the first criteria to judge the quality is the freshness of the produce. If the produce is fresh, how do you check the freshness? Produce will have a shine on the surface. It will not be dull look. It will have a luster. Then citrus should be clean. It should be mature. It should have a proper color, desired color, whatever you want. If you have to transport for long distance, you have to harvest at a little greenish stage. If short distance, then you can harvest at a little bit when half color has come. Then size also very important, because size also play very important role. Unless that fruit developed as per the desired size on the tree, it should not be harvested. Shape is also important. TSS and juice content and sugar acid ratio, as I earlier told you, are very important factors, because in most of the processing industry, these parameters has to be checked before starting any processing, whatever product you are making, free from external and internal defects. It has a lot of defects which is visible on outer skin when products arrived. Internally also it can be bad. So the desired quality citrus fruit should have free for all external and internal defects. Minor defects of appearance can be considered, but not the defect like if skin is very thick. The most of the citrus fruit should have a thin skin, thin rind. If your skin is thick, it will affect your yield. You can try yourself. You take 1 kg thick skin Mosambi, 1 kg thin skin Mosambi, and see the juice per content. There will be difference around 5 to 10% juice content will be different. So always select the best quality fruits which have a thin skin and have a more juice content and mature fruits. So these are some of the defects of kinnu and oranges. Generally, we have seen in the market rotten spots. Wherever there is some injury, rotten spot may develop black smut. Some black color smut has come on the surface. Pressure damage, this happened mainly when produce is mishandled or basically transported in the loose condition. In some fruit, surface notes are seen. Mechanical injury also can develop by any injury through mechanical form. And natural brown marks are there, natural marks are there, deformation is there. And near stem, if plucking is not done properly, so near stem you will find some holes or you will find some rotten spot near stem, and that's called stem and rot. So rotten fruits, mechanical engineered fruits, you can see the hollow stem. Hollow stem is clearly shown that it is a issue in the harvesting system. Sometimes labor is not trained; they are just plucking and taking out fruit from that, and hole is developed. So when hole is developed, this fruit you cannot keep, you cannot store, because from this hole, a lot of bacteria and fungal infection will take place, and that fruit will become rotten. That fruit may even turn rotten during transit itself. Some uneven surface is seen in the, especially in the oranges, brown spots. So sunburn is one of the also major defect in citrus fruits. When direct sunlight is coming on the fruit surface, so that area become dark yellow color and hard. If you will peel that area, so that portion there will be no juice. It will be very hard from inside. So diseased can also be there. Some surface notes are there. So these are all the major defects in citrus fruit. If you see the lemon defects, lemon citrus canker is one of the very common lemon defect. This canker consistency on the surface varies location to location and fruit to fruit. So for the consumption purpose, for the table purpose, people don't prefer such type of fruits. But internally, these fruits are okay. For processing, if you're looking for juice, then canker will not have any harm in that. So some brown spots developed in the lemon, stem and portion is brown. Then immature fruit, dark green color fruit, thick skin lemon, node surface and cut crack in the lemon. So these are some of the major defects of lemon which we should avoid. So these all defects, when you are buying product from the source, should be sorted, graded, and removed before dispatch. Or if something is left, then before processing, these defects should be eliminated. On size and grades, basically all citrus fruit can be divided into 5 sizes: extra large size, medium size, small, extra small. So in oranges, more than 75 mm is considered extra large, 65 to 75 large, 55 to 65 mm diameter, medium, then 50 to 55 small, and extra small is less than 50 mm. Similarly, kinnu, you can see this all sizes here in the screen. Lemon also, general available lemon size is 35
Sir, on
to
the
40.
screen is it not visible?
Now is there?
No, sir.
Should I do it again?
Storage requirements of citrus fruits. Now this slide, now it is. Yes. Sir.
Now
Yes, sir. Yes, please.
there is something wrong in button, I think. So these are the grades which is shown for grades for oranges, kinnu, sweet lime, lemon, and grapefruit. What size is there in the extra large, what size in the large, and what is in medium, what is small, and what is extra small. Now, factors affecting storage life. Produce should be free from skin breaks, because any damage or skin break or bad quality produce you cannot keep in the storage. In storage is not a magic. If you will keep bad product, you will get the bad product. If you will keep good product may remain good. So don't think by storing some quality change will come or quality will improve. Quality never improves in storage. It start deteriorating when you pluck the fruit from the tree. So that is the best quality available of the fruit at the time of harvest. After that, you cannot improve, only you can maintain. So if you will maintain properly, best quality you will keep in the storage, cold storage, it will remain good. So when you are keeping in storage, product should not be immature or over mature. Right maturity should be there. The storage life can be obtained only for the high quality commodity, and if you will do that as soon as possible after the harvest. Storage properties also is influenced by the variety which you are storing, climatic conditions, soil, culture condition, maturity, and handling practices before storage. So, storage life is not only governed by the post-harvest factors, it also governed by the pre-harvest factors too. You can see the slides, na? Yeah. It is visible. Our storage,
Yes, sir.
Storage temperature. These are some of the storage temperature, relative humidity, and storage life. Oranges you can keep at 7 to 8 degrees centigrade temperature and 85 to 90% RH around 8 weeks. This is in weeks, not in months, not in days. The storage life mentioned is in weeks. It means near about 2 months you can do the storage. So accordingly, you can plan for your processing. You can start early, then you can take benefit of running season as well as storage. Sweet lime you can store at 8 to 10 degree, 85 to 90% RH, and up to 8 weeks. Kinnu also 7 to 8 degree, 85 to 90 RH, and 6 to 8 weeks. Lemon at 7 to 8 degrees centigrade temperature, 85 to 90% RH, and 6 to 8 weeks. Grapefruit require little more temperature, 14 to 15, 85 to 90 RH, and 6 to 8 weeks. Most of the citrus fruit you have seen here, you can store for 1.5 months to 2 months. Wax fruit storage helps in prolonged storage life with lower weight loss. It is always recommended when you are storing, so you do the waxing of the product. For the oranges and for kinnu, waxing facilities are available in the growing area. Automatic machines are there, lines are there where waxing can be done. So if you will get the wax produced, so wax produce will also help you in long storage life, as well as it will help you in reducing the moisture loss. And whatever moisture loss you are reducing, basically it is gain for you. If suppose you will not wax and moisture loss come 5%, if you will wax, so 5% juice you will get extra, because whatever moisture is going from the fruit, that's going from the juice part. So if waxing cost is cheaper than 5% juice cost, then you go for waxing. The handling of citrus fruits. Damage done to produce during harvest is irreparable. It's not a machine-made product. If something will happen, you can repair that. If some pressure damage is happened to the citrus fruit, you cannot repair this again. You cannot correct that. So in all the fruits and vegetable, any damage is happen, you cannot repair that. There are ways available ki if you don't do that, you can increase the shelf life. If something happened, then you cannot improve that further. So the best possible quality of most of the fruit and vegetable exist at the time of harvest. From that point on, quality cannot be improved, only you can maintain that. So just remember that suitability of produce for sale begin at harvest only. So for good handling is very important part, not for citrus fruit, all of the fruits, but citrus are more sensitive. So for citrus is must. Avoid hole in the stem area. Overpacking in the crates or packs should be avoided. Use of clean container for harvesting and transportation. And avoid harvesting under hot sun. And avoid fruit falling on soil. Avoid overloading of vehicles. Use strong packaging. And do not pack damaged and wet fruits in the packs. So if you will avoid all these things, so then you can do the better handling of citrus fruits. Now, what are the pre and post-harvest factors affecting the citrus quality? In the pre-harvest factors, cultivar, genetic selection of cultivar, root stocks, climate, temperature, and light, wind, culture practices, soil type, soil nutrient, water supply, pruning, thinning, pest control, fertilizer application, fruit maturity, and optimum taste, size, peel color, internal quality, which is judged by TSS acid ratio, juice content, harvesting methods and procedures. So these all factors influence the storage quality, shelf life of the produce. And in post-harvest factors, environmental factors play a very important role in that temperature, environment temperature, relative humidity, atmospheric composition, air movement, ethylene, these are very important. The post-harvest handling procedure, dumping, washing, sorting, sizing, ripening, inhibiting ethylene action, cooling, storage, and time between harvesting and consumption affect post-harvest losses for the citrus fruit. So these should be taken care. Whatever post-harvest factors are there for the less shelf life or for deterioration, if you avoid that, then you can prolong the shelf life. The shelf life is earlier I mentioned that shelf life is only when you will do all the thing at optimum. You will store the produce within 24 hours of harvest, and you will follow handling practice, proper packing, transportation, and produces good quality. If anything is not working, you are not following that, then that's in same proportion the shelf life will reduce. Then don't think if I told you you can stay for 2 months. If your produce is not good, it's not handled properly, all these factors not taken care, then it may deteriorate in 3 weeks, 4 weeks also, in 2 weeks also. So in the post-harvest factors, biological factors, respiration of the produce, ethylene production, transpiration of water loss, physiological disorders, physical damage if happened to the produce, some pathological breakdowns, post-harvest treatment, transportation with shortest possible time, pre-cooling operation, packing, house sorting, disinfecting, all these are very important. So post-harvest treatment to enhance the shelf life of produce, basically curing water content of fruit peel. This is done. This is important factor determining turgidity and rain tissues, which is determine the extent of injuries and disorders after harvest. When these fruits are harvested early in the morning or in wet weather, they develop brown spots on the rind with slight pressure bruise. So it's to avoid that, you can do the curing. You can keep these fruits, especially lemons, at 15 to 70 degrees centigrade for 1 or 2 days. So this disorder will be minimized. Disinfection and cleaning, disinfection of water used in washers for the general cleaning purpose. You can do the chlorination, ozone washing, or UV treatment. Because all citrus are already prone to this infection. If some infection will happen, it will develop fungus, and you will find this fungal infection, mold will grow very fast, and entire fruit become rot. The most commonly used chemicals are sodium or calcium hypochlorite for chlorination. Liquid soap and detergent also add to the wash water used for general sanitation. Surface coating, waxes. This is, as I already told you, if you do the waxing of the product, and waxing is nowadays is only edible coating. Edible wax is there. Edible coating are developed from the edible ingredients, carbohydrates, fats, and proteins, and therefore they are recently generated customer interest. So wax oranges, wax citrus fruits will have a shiny look. Life will be better. Moisture loss will be less. Several edible and eco-friendly biodegradable materials such as cellulose-based coatings, surface ester, and fatty acids are used for wax to increase the shelf life. Logistic and distribution, type of packaging and transportation generally used. These are the current practices in the growing area. Oranges, sweet oranges, kinnu, lemon. Packaging is done for oranges in crates. All these depend upon the distance to be covered and type of packaging you are using. If you are using for long distance, you have to use carton packing or wooden box packing for the oranges. Crate packing can be used for less distance. Pull-up cart, etc., or trolleys, etc., are used by the farmers to bring the produce from farm to the packing operation. Sweet orange, generally people are transporting in loose condition. So it can be bought in HDP bag also. In the wholesale market, you can see they are putting sweet oranges in HDP bag. Crates can also be used for less distance. And transportation, truck, mini truck, tractor, trolley, and it can also, it's coming by rail also. Kinnu is packed in the crates. Cardboard carton is most common. 8, 10 kg boxes are there, which are used. But loose packing and crate packing is good. It is basically economical. For transportation, big truck, mini truck, tractor, trolley, vans are used. For lemon, is generally packed in crates. It's coming loose also. When lemon is coming, generally, because it's coming from the far off distances, if distance is more than 1,000 kilometers, so you have to harvest the lemon at green stage and put some ethylene sachet inside the lorry, so that will help in degreening the produce, and put some straw inside the truck and cover that with a straw. So when in 3-4 days it will reach to your destination, its color may change. And gunny bags with straw can be used. HDB bag and baskets are also used for lemon transportation. So this is all about supply chain of citrus. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Uh, I request participants to put questions in the chat box. We will take it at the end of the session. I would extend sincere thanks to you, sir, for taking time and giving such a wonderful presentation and insights about supply chain to all our participants. Again, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
So we'll be moving to our next technical session that will cover on PMFME guidelines, export, FSSAI, packaging, and DPR outputs.
Good afternoon, all. Next, we'll start with the second technical session on PMFME scheme guidelines, DPR preparation, packaging, and FSSAI requirements for citrus fruit processing industry. Now, I would like to invite Ms. Tonisha Dixit, Team Leader, PMU NIPTEM Thanjavur. She will provide an insight on PMFME scheme guidelines and also how to prepare a detailed project report for citrus fruit processing industry. Ma'am is having research experience of 7 years in entrepreneurship domain, which was a part of various state and central government projects. She has worked with Entrepreneurship Development Institute of India as an associate incubation and acceleration for coordination of Gujarat government startup support schemes. Also, she has been conducting entrepreneurship development training programs for more than 7 years. She has completed course in curriculum design and entrepreneurship teaching as USASBE Teaching and Learning. She is scholar from United States Association from Small Business and Entrepreneurship, USASBE. We welcome you, ma'am. I request you to kindly share your screen and proceed with the session.
Thank you, Dr. Vidya. I'll just share my screen. So I'll be giving you a brief about the scheme that is formalization of micro food processing enterprises. So basic objective of the scheme is providing increased access to credit in terms of loan by existing for the existing micro food processing entrepreneurs. It further involves providing such support to the groups like farmers, producers, organizations, self-help groups, and cooperatives. This scheme further aims at providing access for the enterprises to professional and technical support, hand-holding support. Then strengthening of the institutions like state level, district level research and training institutions in the food processing sector. It further aims at providing increased access to common services by developing various common processing facilities, laboratories, storages in the form of incubation facilities at district level. It further aims at supporting the transition of existing 2 lakh entrepreneurs. It aims at to provide a formal framework to these enterprises. So the scheme follows one district, one product approach. And as you might have heard since morning, then citrus is one of the ODOP under the particular scheme. So the total outlay you can see here for the period of 5 years till 25. And the state-wise earmarking is there. So state-wise implementation of the scheme has been there. I'll be explaining about the state-wise implementation mechanism. So it provides support to FPOs, SHGs, and cooperatives for the provision of common services. So basic benefits of the scheme. So these are the financial benefits, that is upgradation of existing micro units. They can apply to the scheme for availing the credit link subsidy at the rate of 35% and maximum capping is 10 lakh rupees. Again, the credit link support is also available for the groups at the same percentage, that is 35%. Further, there is a working capital support of 40,000 rupees to the SHG members. And then there is a state level branding and marketing grant support that is of 50% and for the government organizations. And so they can apply for the common brand again under this scheme. And there is a support for establishing common incubation center facilities. For government entities, it's 100% support. And for private entities, it is 50% support for establishing the common incubation facilities for entrepreneurs. So this is the pattern of assistance. Like for the existing units, they can be from the ODOP or they may not be. It's not a prerequisite. For the new units, the unit should be from the ODOP of that particular district. Then the hand-holding support by the district resources is provided in terms of preparation of DPR, bank loan, and providing the capacity building training. So So the seed capital support for SHGs involve these particular aspects. That is the ODOP, the priority is given for SHGs involved in ODOP produce. Then the process of providing such support is in terms of through the revolving fund of SHG Federation, and the loan is extended to the members. And then the eligibility criteria is they should be presently engaged in the food processing. The SHG member has to commit to utilize the given amount of working capital for the purchase of in the similar industry itself. So this is the administrative architecture, wherein at the national level we have the committee for all the approvals. Then there is at state level which takes care of all the sanctions up to the rupees of 10 lakh rupees, and then the major component is covered by the district level machinery, that is the district level committee that takes care of approval of the all beneficiary applications that comes to the online portal, and they are the key part of the scheme governance and implementation who takes care of providing the approval process and submitting it further to the bank. So this is how you can apply on for the scheme. For all the units, that is existing or new units, they can apply on the scheme through online portal. I'll be showing, this is the homepage of the portal wherein you can apply. It is available on the Ministry of Food Processing Industries website. Inviting applications online is already enabled, and you can first sign up for yourself, and then you can register yourself as type of unit, and you can put all the basic details and you can apply. For the groups also, now online application has been enabled. Otherwise, parallelly, offline application is also there, wherein the TPR content and everything is available, the templates and what all documents is required to be submitted, all those things are available. You can go that particular website only. For the common group infrastructure, like common incubation facilities, they can apply at our website, that is Niftem Tanjavor's incubation portal is there. I'll take you through that also. So all the private and government entities can apply on that portal for applying as incubation center. The marketing and branding support can be availed by the states, by various state agencies, and this marketing and branding support can be channelized through applying to the state nodal agency, and the state nodal agency will be further putting up the proposal to the ministry at the center, and further approval process will follow. So now moving towards the capacity building component, which is a very important component of the scheme, which involves providing training to all the stakeholders of the scheme in the form of two aspects. That is, one is the product specific training and another is the entrepreneurship development. So the product specific training focuses on the domain knowledge on machinery type, costing, sourcing, food handling. So this is involving all the technical aspects, including packaging, product quality, safety, value addition. Then entrepreneurship development focuses on the functional aspect of running a business and starting a business, involving various business opportunities and preparation of DPR procedures, then various management and finance related hygiene, FSCI regulations and registrations. So all these things are covered under entrepreneurship development training. Then majority of the training are conducted in the online mode, whereas the beneficiary trainings are conducted in the offline mode for the better transmission of the knowledge and impact of the content. So these trainings have been provided. The beneficiaries are ultimately the individual micro food processing enterprises. They are those who have already applied under the scheme. So they are the category 1 beneficiaries. Then category 2 beneficiaries are those who are interested in knowing further about the product in which they are operating, but not interested in applying for the grant. Or they may be the aspirant entrepreneurs who are looking forward to setting up the micro food processing enterprises. So they are the category 2 beneficiaries. It further involves workers of various already existing micro food processing enterprises. They can also avail such type of trainings. Further, various members of SHG FPO cooperatives that are engaged in food processing in activities and want to formalize their setup further, so they can also take benefit of such trainings. Then, in addition to this, the government officials and all the stakeholders that are engaged in implementation of this particular scheme, they are also being provided such trainings. So basically, these are the subdomains or the domains, we can say food subdomains, on which the trainings are being provided. including the fruits and vegetables. So today's topic comes under fruits and vegetables, the citrus fruits. Then grain processing, milk, fat and oil, fish, spices, bakery, minor forest produce, including like products like honey, tamarind, all those products, and meat and poultry processing. So the entire training component has been divided into these subdomains. And across these all subdomains, the master level training at the state level has been conducted by the national institutes, including both NIPTEMs and various other institutes, like for example, for grain processing, CFTRI, milk and milk processing, NDRI. So similarly, various national institutes conducted training for these domains. Then, once the master trainers were qualified at the state level and are available at the state level, then these master trainers provide the trainings to the district level officials, like the district level trainers and district resource person. So here the district resource persons are the key to this scheme, as they have the responsibility of providing the hand-holding support to the beneficiaries for preparation of DPR, for applying online, how to apply, what all documents to be submitted. So all these responsibilities have been given to the district resource persons. So first, they are trained by the master trainers on about the scheme, about the basic food domain sector details, all those things. And then once they are qualified, then they will be eligible to provide further support to the beneficiaries. Then ultimately, the beneficiaries get the training from the district level trainers that you can see on the left side of the screen. So the district level trainers have the responsibility of providing the training to the various groups, various already existing enterprises who have applied or who wish to, like I earlier said, the categories of people who want to gain knowledge from this scheme. So those particular, all those people have been provided under this, and these trainings happen in the classroom mode only. So these are the master trainers that are already empaneled with us, and so for product specific, they have this particular eligibility, and they have already gained the training. Almost all the states have now master trainers in all particular domains. Further, the district level trainers are also, majority of the states have completed the district level training also. So in your particular state, there might be district level trainers at each and every district domain wise, ODOP wise. Then comes the beneficiary training. So like I was saying, beneficiary category 1 will involve those people who are availing grant. They will be provided training of 50 hours, and those who are not availing grant and simply want to understand basics about this thing and may wish to apply in future. So for them, an initial training of 24 hours is conducted. So now, as many of you were interested in knowing more about the various training materials available on whether available and all those things. So these are the products, and furthermore are available. So for today's training, these are the products that are available on our portal. I'll quickly take you to our portal itself. So here you can see all the domain-wise products are available. So for example, for citrus, you will go to fruits and vegetables, and it will show you all the products already available. So you have orange jelly, orange ready to serve drink. Then so you can go to click on any product that you wish to go to, and you will have all the videos and everything. For example, people will be interested to know about the kachai lemon video and further details. So I'll just show you. Yeah, so kachai lemon pickle you can see. So this is the demonstration video already available in Hindi also you can see. Then there's a course material and PowerPoint presentation for processing. So all you required to do is yeah, this is available for viewing. So you can view all these things. And similarly, for the demonstration videos and everything is available. So this is basically available for all the products under various subdomains. So likewise, for Kinnu drink, for a particular sector, Kinnu drink, lime squash, mandarin orange marmalade, kachai lemon pickle, and then orange jelly and RTS. So all these products are available. Then we are coming to the incubation facility creation. So the scheme, as I mentioned, that the scheme supports the common incubation facility for ODOP and allied products. So basically, any private or government entity can apply for providing the incubation facility. On that, it is so primary processing, secondary processing, packaging, storage. All these will be the part of that particular center. And so basically, it will be having minimum one processing line based on ODOP of that particular district. And by the way, this all ODOP approved are available on the ministry website as well. So you can check ODOPs for your particular district as well. So one processing line will be available on that particular ODOP, and then there will be 2 to 4 more allied product lines, which will add to the credibility of running an incubation center in the commercial basis. So various host institutes, the people who apply, they are called the host institutes. They can be any government-owned institutes or the R&D institutes or private or technical institutes. So these are the general cost terms. These are also available on our website under the tab incubation, which can be referred to. So total cost can be 275 lakhs of the setting up the cost of the incubation center. And then food testing lab can be of 25 lakh rupees, which these are the tentative equipments which may be required by any food testing lab. It is indicative only. Then there is a, so basically in phase 1, we completed that, and there are already existing 74 approved, 75 approved incubation centers across country. And now in phase 2, we are looking for further supporting remaining districts for the incubation centers. So this I mentioned that 100% support is provided to the government institutes and 60% to the private institutes. And in case of tribal districts, it's additional 10%, that is 60% is there. For private, it is 50%. So this is the role of host institute. Basically, all the state level agencies are required to have basic land and building, and they can establish with the processing line as per the cost terms, and they can have a mentor institute to support them. So these can be the mentor institutes. And this is the application procedure. I am taking quickly because I know majority of the participants here are from the enterprises, so they might be interested more into the application process and all those things. So these are the various aspects of various web links wherein you can go through. This is MOPI website. This is our portal, that is liftem-t.ac.in. In this, you can go. You can see here that if you go to our website, yeah, so here you can see the tab that is PMFME scheme. So in this, all the aspects are covered. So starting from capacity building, all the materials are available. These are the training materials. Then this is the incubation portal that I was talking about, which has all the, you can know which particular state you have, so which district. So there is a, so like this, you can search the incubation center for applying for getting your processing facilities. And here is the new application submission. Then there is training material that I already showed to you, and these are the scheme guidelines. And here we will be putting up all the recordings of the webinar that is ongoing, so you can refer to it. So basically, you can get majority of the details from this particular portal itself. Yeah, so this is all about the PMFME scheme that I was talking about. Now I'll take you through the one particular component as far as our today's technical session is concerned. That is on detailed project report preparation on citrus fruit processing. Yeah, so basically, I'll take you through basic components of DPR and what is their importance in preparation of such DPRs that I'll take you through. So basically, what are the elements of a DPR? So I would say that when you are starting to prepare a DPR, the first question comes to mind is what is the exact need? Why would we put so much time into this exercise, and how it is going to be analyzed? Are all components equally important, or should we just focus on finances and that's it? We can just put it for the banks or something. So basically, a DPR is required by the financial agencies who you are approaching, not even banks, even the other financial agencies whom you are looking for, maybe loan, equity, grants, anything. So this is a must document which you should be focusing on and you must give importance to. So while preparing a DPR, you should know that what is the exact problem. So maybe you might be having an existing enterprise and you are looking for expansion, or you might be an aspirant and looking for starting a new business. So you have basic infrastructure available with you, and you are looking forward to starting an enterprise in a particular product or anything. So before that, I would suggest you should first go through and understand what is the problem or the need, and there might be the case that raw material is available, so that's why you are starting the business. But think again and think why are there any customers who would like to buy your product? So identification of customer is required. You would start a lemon processing unit just because the raw material is available in plenty. But just look at the other side of it, that you might process it, you might put lots of investment in it, but at the end there should be a good amount of customers that let you sustain in that particular business. So that is the first thing that you should understand in the region, on the locality that you are planning to set up your business, maybe product, maybe service, that are there any customers who are there for that particular, and are they facing any problem or the need for that particular product. And the second thing comes to the what solution you are coming up. So say for example there is a lack of RTS beverages in a particular region wherein you are, and you are thinking that by putting up a beverage plant, I'll be solving that particular problem. So that is your solution to it. So how unique is that? Like how much other companies are doing it, or are there any big brands already selling it? So what is the market share and all those things? So basic homework is required in that particular aspect also. And then third is, and the final one is, why would customer pay for it? So definitely you want payment from the customer. That's why you are starting a business. So for making profits and for sustaining in that particular business, you should understand as a customer, you can think as a customer, why would I buy this product? And will I be paying what amount I'm putting as for that particular product? If that is the case, if you are answering to all these three questions and you are very well confident that all these three questions are answered properly, then definitely you can go ahead and start preparing DPR for your particular business. So in short, what your DPR shows is currently what is your status, like status as in what is the financial, technical skills, and what is the current scenario wherein you are, and where you are going. So what you are proposing, and what are all products you're coming up. So where are you going? What is the path to it, and how you're proposing to get there. So this is basically what a DPR will tell you. And now these are the basic components of a DPR that will involve introduction, means the background of the sector, the subsector which you are applying for the project. So you should understand about the production statistics of that particular region. Then what is the dynamics of say that product sales, like percentage, like today only we discussed like percentage of raw material being used directly, and percentage of raw material as table purpose, and percentage used in the processing varieties. So what are the varieties available? So all this background information is required to understand the availability of raw material, availability of the the region statistics, and all those things are required. So you can tell about those things, plus your basic assumptions. What you're assuming, like how much are you planning to start your business with. So, for example, the assumptions can be your project capacity can be 150 tons per annum. So, I've taken this example based on our scheme guidelines. That is, if your project is of say 30 lakhs or so, Then you can assume your project capacity. Then definitely first year is assumed to be construction or expansion, or say 6 months. It totally depends on what is your current status. Then second year onwards, you can decide your percentage capacity, like 60%, 70%. Keep at least more than 50% so that it's at least profitable. Then third year onwards, fourth year onwards. So these are, we call projection. So these projections you can keep. And then you should also know the average prices of the raw material. So this is what I was talking about, the assumptions that you are going to make and basic knowledge you should have about the product. Then average sales price of the final product that you're proposing, be it RTS, be it say concentrate or squash or pickles. So what is the average sales price? So that will help you understand the margins that you're getting and how sustainable is your proposal. And the recovery rate also, you should know that how much raw material will be required to produce that much quantity. So all these basic assumptions are required to calculate the further projections and further requirement of funds for setting up your enterprise. So first thing is start working on your assumptions before even starting to looking at the finances. So this is first part. Then second part is the market potential. So you should totally see that what is the demand and the demand growth and the trends that are going on. So if you are in near to a metro city or just a city that is expanding, so you should definitely see the demand growth and number of types of consumers that are coming up, whether they are more, say for example, nuclear families or what kind of demand is coming up. So that definitely you should focus on, and the timing of the demand. Then you should understand the product, its usage, how it is going to. So is it like just buy the product and on the spot drinking? So that is RTS beverage, or whether it is something that will be stored for a longer period of time. So how it is going, it should be available to the consumer. So understanding the product and the usage. Then understanding the customer segment. So is it for kids? Is it for geriatric population? Is it for what kind of people are going to buy it? Or purchasing power, how much is it? So that particular region, all these are the pointers that I have given here for analyzing the regional market analysis. So this will help you understand to fix your pricing, then the quantity of the product. So for example, people are interested in buying only small size packages and you are coming up with a 1 liter package. So definitely your product is not going to sell. So what is the product and the usage and the quantity that is going to be used? So all these pointers can be used to understand the regional or local market, and be it in regional, local or state level market. And understanding the competitors, already some big supplier is already existing, and you will definitely not be able to compete in terms of scale of economies of scale. So definitely you need to understand the work on the uniqueness or something niche you can bring about, or the local aspect you can bring about to the consumers. So this aspect will help you in there. Then pricing, then it should be not be overpriced or underpriced. Promotion, distribution. So here I've shown you two figures. These are the two various methods of putting up your product. So now with emerging trends and technologies and information availability with the consumers, the people are trying to sell products through various forms, be it online, be it through hyper stores, be it through over a phone call, be it lots of new ways are coming up. So you need to be aware of all those things, and you need to be looking at the costs also of all these aspects. You cannot go simply traditional with your product, because consumers are always looking for newer options and the convenience. So based on this, you should analyze your market. Then comes the technical analysis. I would not take this much, because entire day you were listening about various technical feasibility aspects, and at what scale you should have what kind of equipments, and all the process parameters. So definitely that is a very important part, and entrepreneurs do focus a lot on it. Just you should see that you should compare the costs first, like batch processes, semi-automatic, or whatever you are thinking of, and you should match it with the size of the building or the size of the infrastructure you already have. So all these assumptions you should have already in mind before going ahead with meeting the suppliers and finalizing the equipments purchase and all those things. Then comes, so this is the suggestive equipment list. This is also part of the DPR that is available on the portal. So like this, you should be knowing the how many equipments are required, of what capacity, and of what approximate price they are available. So this much clarity you should be having about the while preparing the. So you should be having such kind of list of equipments with you. So this shows to the financer also the clarity of you having about your business. Then comes the financial analysis. That is, so basically this involves having analysis on the investment costs. Like everyone looks at the fixed assets. That is the one-time costs that are into the business. Then there is also working capital cost that is often missed by the entrepreneurs. That involves the extreme right figure you can see. So it involves the inventory that are available with you. So that definitely blocks your money. So that involves shelf stock plus already some product might be in progress. So the raw materials and the packaging materials might be in the progress. So that is work in progress. Plus the raw materials available and the finished goods that are ready to be dispatched. So all these things are in your factory setup, and they definitely block the money also. So this money that goes into this, the fund that goes into this, the capital that goes into this is required to be calculated in advance based on your working cycle. So whether it is 1 day cycle, 1 month cycle, what kind of product you're making. So based on that, the inventory is required to be calculated. Plus the supplier, to the supplier you will be paying some money, and to the distributor also you'll be paying. So all these are on the terms. It's not that immediately the payments are being made. So all these aspects, you know all these aspects, but the money that goes into this is required to be calculated. So this calculation gives you the working capital requirement. So if you are good, if you have well planned what is the working capital requirement of your business for say 3 months, 4 months, per month, whatever it is, so that will avoid your business going into cash crunch. That will help you avoid the risk of going into the cash crunch or the failure due to cash crunch. So that's why working capital is very important. Then comes the preliminary and pre-operative. So before starting, there is a lot of expenses that goes into it, starting from taking licensing to establishing or so basic all these things, marketing expenses, all these things come. So these are the preliminary and pre-operative expenses that are into. So these are basically the investment costs that are required to be calculated, and then you should be clear about what kind of source you are going to, like how much will be your own money, how much will be your loan. Like in case of PMFME scheme, you will be you are required to have 10% from the owner's promoter side. So from 30 lakh project, 3 lakh should be from owner side, and 27 lakh will go into the loan. So then there is a 10 lakh capping of subsidy. So like this, the clarity should be there at the initial stages itself. Then the other aspects can be gained from the professionals of finance or something, because this definitely is required to have somebody to calculate. But the assumptions are required to be clear at the entrepreneur part itself. Then only all these components will be clear. The finance person will only be calculating it, but the assumptions are required to be clear at the promoter end. So these are the financial analysis aspects of the same. And I would suggest that you can go ahead and look at all the available model DPRs that are on the portal. So they are the indicative model DPRs, just to have a base on calculating further as per your requirements. So you can look at those model DPRs, and you can modify it and take help from the district resource persons available in your districts as part of the scheme, and you can proceed with the same. So thank you so much to all the participants.
Thank you, ma'am, for such an informative session on PMFME scheme guidelines.
Moving ahead to our next technical session on food safety and FSSAI regulations of citrus fruits processing. We have with us Dr. Abhijit, who got doctorate in food science and technology from Shivaji University, Kolhapur. His expertise in new product development, food analysis and quality control, food safety, with 12 years of experience in teaching, research, and administrative. He has authored 9 research publications in international journals, 5 handbooks, and 3 laboratory manuals to his credits, and 3 published patents. More than 50 invited talks at various training programs and workshops. He served as advisory board member for Maharashtra Center for Entrepreneurship Development and technical expert for Maharashtra State Board of Technical Education, Pune. He has been providing consultancy services to about 50 industries in the field of product and process development quality. Earlier, he was also involved in extension works like technical expert, entrepreneurship development courses, certified plate auditor for FSSC 22000 and ISO 20000 2018. He is also life member of ASTA, CFTRI Mysore and ISC Kolkata. We welcome you, Dr. Abhijit, and the session is over to you.
So basically, I will be covering some of the details regarding the food safety and FSSAI regulations, which are generally required for any food business operator. And mainly, we will be focusing for citrus fruit product processing. Before going into the safety aspect, to start any industry or to manufacture any kind of food product, we need to consider the quality of raw material. So in case of citrus processing industry also, we need to maintain the quality of raw material. So basically, Mehta sir has already explained all the details about the raw material quality. It should not be having any blemishes. There should not be any mechanical damage kind of a thing. So I'll just briefly giving some of the details which are required to be considered as a quality characteristics, which we can consider for a processing point of view. So irrespective of any yielding property or maybe a juice yield of any fruit, what we are going to process, you need to consider the most important factor, that is the end use quality of fruits. And the most important end use quality parameters are the organoleptic quality and the chemical quality. Organoleptic quality are basically the properties what you can just analyze by your sense or the sensory organs, which will include the preferences of the consumer based on the taste, size, texture, and color. So these organoleptic properties we generally face when we are purchasing the fruits from the market. So if you are into a processing or if you are into a end use property, like if you are into a business of selling the fresh fruits, you need to consider the organoleptic properties, because the consumers are perceiving or they are making the acceptance of your fruits based on these properties only. When we are considering the chemical properties are the chemical constituents or the internal parameters of your product quality. So basically, in case of fruits, you need to consider about the total sugar content and the acidity. So these are the two most important parameters that we are considering in case of citrus fruit. So when we are considering about the quality characteristics or the quality requirements of citrus for the processing, we have seen that the internal properties of the food product are very much important rather than the external appearance, because eventually once the peel is peeled off, we are not that much interested when we are considering manufacturing a juice or maybe a jam, jelly or marmalade. We are interested into the internal portion of the fruit, that too again the pulp or juice of that fruit. So the internal fruit quality is much more important than the external features of your fruit. But eventually, if the fruit itself is rotten outside, eventually the quality of internal parameter may also get deteriorated. So the thing is that we have to either consider the internal properties at utmost importance, and along with that, we have to think about the external appearance of the fruit also. So the most important properties that we can consider in case of processing are the fruit should not have any decay symptoms on it. If you see in the image, the observation is being made into a UV light so that you can see properly what kind of infestation or what kind of deformation it is there on the fruit surface. Then the next is elevated juice content. That is also very much important. If the juice content is less, that means the fruit has been got dried up and it is not going to yield you a better amount of juice. Then the high level of TSS should be there, and most probably it should give a sugar which is soluble sugar in the form of sucrose, glucose and fructose. Then it should be having a low acidity or the titratable acidity. Then a minor amount of bitter components such as triaterpenes, that is limonene, and the flavonoids like naringin should not be present in your product because they gives the bitterness towards your product. So already sir has explained, Apaya sir has explained, there are some of the technologies that you can utilize for reducing the bitterness of the product. Then when we are considering again for the processing of a fruit, the important thing is its maturity. We can't go for processing of a fruit which is immature because eventually you will not get a quality of product what you want to have or what the intended properties you need to have in your product. So if you want to make a juice or a marmalade, you need to use a ripened fruit only. So for that purpose, we need to consider some maturity indices. So in case of citrus fruits or many of the cultivars of the citrus fruits, we are considering the maturity indices based on the TSS to TA ratio, that is total soluble sugars to the titratable acidity ratio. So when we are considering about oranges and mandarin, it should be 7 to 9. And in case of grapefruit, it should be 5 to 7. So if you are having the TSS to TA ratio in this particular range, the fruits are very much ready for to be get used for the processing aspect. Then again, the cultivar characteristics like the fruit size and shape, then the bright colored firm rind, then the absence of surface blemishes, easy peeling nature of the fruit, because we need to consider the convenience of the raw material processing also. The person who or the people who are going to peel out the, if it is a manual process, we have to consider the workability of the process also. So the fruit should be easily peeling if it is a manual one. Then the pleasant flavor and fragrance should be there. Then it should be seedlessness, or the seedlessness is a property where many of the cultivars are being get generated which have no seeds into it. Because if the seeds are there, again we have to go for filtration properties. Again, if some of the seeds remains into the raw material, they will start giving bitterness towards your product. Now coming towards the food safety. So what is food safety? The food safety means assurance that food is acceptable for the human consumption according to the intended use, so that there should not be any harm to the consumer while consuming what kind of product you have manufactured. There should not be any harm to the consumer. The food safety management system is actually get implemented in any kind of industry to achieve or to give an assurance towards the food safety. And the food safety management system is basically based on the good manufacturing practices, good hygienic practices, and sometimes it will be based on HACCP, that is hazard analysis and critical control point principles will be used. Again, eventually ISO 22000 is also being considered as a food safety management tool for any kind of business to give an assurance towards the food safety. ISO 14000 is in relation with the environmental quality management system, because when we are manufacturing, we have to think about the environmental issues also. When we are manufacturing, we should not create huge burden of waste into the society or into the nature. So in that case also, some of the CIPs and all these things we have to consider, and that all get considered under this ISO 14000 piece. Now coming towards the rules and regulations, we have a standard or we have an act called Food Safety and Standard Act. Previously, there were many of the acts for which were pertaining towards the particular product category. In case of fruits and vegetable, we were previously having FPO, that is fruit product order. But whatever the acts were there, they have been got consolidated into a single act, and all the previous acts has been got repealed. All the previous laws has been got repealed and get converted into a single act or a single nation, single law kind of thing that we have come up with, which is called as FSSAI. So FSSAI is nothing but Food Safety and Standard Authority of India, is a statutory body established under the Ministry of Family Welfare, Government of India. The FSSAI has been established under the Food Safety and Standard Act. The Act itself consider which covers many of the aspects relating to the food quality also, and with respect to the food safety also. So if you are into a business of domestic or either into a kind of import business, you need to comply with the rules and regulation which has been stated under FSSAI. Then in case of export, or if you are in a business of exporting, you have to comply with the standards of FSSAI, and along with that you have to comply with the requirements which has been laid down by Export Inspection Council of India. So we will be just sticking towards the FSSAI regulations only. So under the FSSAI Act, or the Act itself has a power to create certain kinds of regulation to implement this particular Act throughout the country. So these are some of the basic or most important regulation that has been got laid down by the FSSAI. The first one is Food Safety and Standard Licensing and Registration of Food Business Regulation 2011, which is most important. Whenever you are into a business, whenever you are into a food business, either you might be a selling also, you might be manufacturing, or you might be retailing also, or you are into a service industry also, you have to have either a registration or license for your food business. Then the next regulation is Food Safety and Standard, Food Product Standards and Food Additives Regulation, under which you will be getting a food categorization system, from which you will get to know different kinds of food standards that you need to comply for your particular production. So in case of citrus fruits, if you are, we will be just discussing it in a more sense in coming slides also. I will explain it later. Then next is Food Safety and Standard Laboratory and Sample Analysis Regulation. To comply with the regulation, you have to go for analyzing the quality as an evidence proof. When the food safety officer may have a visit to your industry, they may ask, or in case of some sort of audits also, you may have to produce some sort of analytical reports to the authority. So in that case, the laboratory and sampling analysis regulation will help you in that sense. Then next is packaging and labeling regulation. The packaging material, what kind of packaging you are utilizing, whether it is food grade, whether it is in a compliance with the regulation or not, that you have to think. What are the labeling requirements? What should be there on your label? That all the things, all the requirements are given under this regulation. Then there are certain ingredients that you cannot use, that has been given in the regulation called Prohibition and Restriction on Sales Regulation. In that case, you can't use certain kinds of chemicals as a ripening agent, certain kinds of chemicals you can't use under processing condition. All these things are given under this regulation. The next is contaminants, toxins, and residues. As we are processing the agricultural commodity, eventually some of the farmers may be utilizing some pesticides or may be utilizing some fertilizers. So that kind of residue should not be there in your product. So there is a particular limit for each and every fertilizer or kind of contaminants or pesticide residue limits are also given under this regulation. Then there are many other regulation which has came newly, that is health supplement regulation, nutraceutical supplement regulation. Then food recall procedure regulation is most become much more important when there is an outbreak of any kind of foodborne illness or foodborne disease, or if certain suppose if you got to know that your product has been got mishandled and eventually it is going to become a risk for the consumer, you have to recall your product towards your industry back. So for that, you have to have a recall plan. Every industry needs to have a recall plan. There should be a product identification marking system that will be helpful for recalling procedures eventually. And another one is the Food Safety and Standard Import Regulation 2017. So whatever the either the ingredients or the food products what you are importing to be get utilized for the business in the India, you have to comply with the rules and regulations stated under this particular regulation. So I will be just giving a brief about the food product standards and food additives regulation. So in that, if you see point number 2331 is giving some of the requirements which are pertaining towards the jam, fruit jellies and marmalade. So these are basically for fruits and vegetable regulation. So in case of jam, fruit jellies and marmalade, the minimum fruit content shall not be less than 25% by weight. So if you see this particular regulation, you will be getting all the detailed requirements. What are the product standards that needs to be get complied by the manufacturer? You can get it all. So depending upon the product category, what you are having, you can have the kind of food additives that you can use and the recommended maximum level also you can see in this particular table. So under the food category system, if you go for 4.1.2.5, the category name of the product is jam, jellies and marmalade. And the respective food additives that you can use in your product are given or are being get listed over there. Then the INS number is also given that you can generally print on your label also, and the recommended maximum level. You should not exceed the particular level of any food additive because it is going to hamper the health of consumer. So you will get all the product related quality standards, and also you will get certain kinds of food additives limits for particular kind of product. So again, if you think about marmalade, the product definitions are also given under this particular regulation. So that eventually gives you an idea what kind of process is being get utilized for manufacturing such kind of product. So in case of jam, fruit, jellies and marmalade, if you see, certainly we will be utilizing pectin additionally into these products. So again, the pectin derived from any fruit may be get used at a GMP level. GMP level means because the pectin itself is a natural ingredient, it is not going to hamper or it is not going to have any health hazard on the consumers. So there is no a particular limit. So that's why it is called as GMP, or generally we can consider as a grass also. Under this regulation only, at the last section in the table 4A and 4B, the microbial standards for fruits and vegetable products has been given. So they have been got categorized as 4A and 4B. The 4A is dealing with the process hygiene criteria, which will be dealing with total plate count or aerobic plate count, yeast and mold count, enterobacteriaceae or Staphylococcus aureus. These are all kind of microbial analysis that you generally need to do to comply with the standards and to give an assurance regarding the process hygiene. The next one is table number 4B, which is dealing with the food safety criteria. Food safety criteria covers the microorganism, basically Salmonella, Listeria, E. coli, and Vibrio. These are the most dangerous microorganism, and they have shown an outbreaks of food poisoning and foodborne illnesses in many of the countries and many of the societies. So the thing is that when you are considering the food safety in your industry, you have to think about these microorganisms and their quantification. So in every product, for 25 grams of your product, there should be absence of these kind of microorganisms. So that much stringent law has been got made in the India under the Food Safety and Standard Authority. Then food safety requirements by the FSSAI, if you see, these requirements are given to provide an assurance to the food safety by the food business operator, and they must implement an effective food system management system. So the authority says that you have to have a food safety management system which will be based on HACCP and the prerequisite programs, that is PRP, which can be a GMP, GHP kind of a thing. And eventually, under the regulation, that is licensing and registration of food business, it has been stated that every food business operator applying for licensing must have a documented FSMS plan and comply with the Schedule 4 of this regulation. So we'll see in detail about the Schedule 4, what are the requirements has been given under Schedule 4. Schedule 4 basically covers the hygiene requirements that you need to comply with so as to get your license or registration eventually. So this is Schedule 4. If you see in the Schedule 4, there are 4 parts. Part number 1 is dealing with the general hygienic and sanitary practices to be followed by the food business operator applying for the registration. So if you are into a business whose turnover or is coming under 12 lakh rupees, you have to obtain a registration certificate for your food business, or every food business manufacturer needs to apply for registration. So petty food business operator or the food businesses which are having low capacity, low turnover, they have to obtain a registration. So when you want to apply for registration, you have to comply with the requirements which are given in the Schedule 4 Part 1. Then if you are into a manufacturing, processing, packaging, and if you are capacity or the turnover is exceeding 12 lakh per annum, then you have to go for licensing procedure. It can be a state license also, or it can be a central license also. So part 2 will deal with the general hygienic and sanitary practices to be followed by food business operator applying for the licenses. Then part 3 and 4 is dealing with some special category that is called as milk and milk product and slaughterhouse. These two products are basically highly perishable in nature. So that's why there are some stringent regulation pertaining to this particular food category or food product category, and that's why separate regulations or requirements are given for these two particular product categories. And under part 5 also, that is for catering industry, they have to follow the requirements which are given in part 5. So if you consider some of the general requirements under this schedule 4, the first important factor is the location, layout and facility. Your business or your industry should be located away from the environmentally polluted area, and it should be away from industrial activity which will be producing either a disagreeable or obnoxious odors or fumes, because eventually your product may absorb such kind of odor, or they may absorb certain kinds of toxic fumes into your product, and eventually it will go into a consumer consumption. Then again, it should be away from the industry which is creating excessive of soot, dust and smoke. Then again, you have to avoid your plant which will be locating near to the chemical or biological emissions or pollutants. So the location and surrounding, if you consider we have seen about the factors which are pertaining to the location. If you consider about the surrounding of your industry, it should not have any dumping area or dumping zone or waste zone around your industry. The area, the outside of your industry should be well cemented. There should be well drainaged kind of a thing. Then if you think about the facilities, a good water supply should be there, a drainage and waste disposal facility should be there, personal facilities and toilet should be also available, air quality and ventilation should be also there, and lighting should be well over in your industry. So these are some of the basic things that I will not go into again, because that is what I already explained to you all. So in case of equipment and containers, what you are going to utilize for the processing purpose, they should be made up of non-corrosive and rust-free material. So basically we are thinking to use stainless steel material because they have some good efficiency and they have some rust-free appearance, and they have smooth surface also. So when we are thinking about the smooth surface in any equipment, there should not be any grooves or scratches on the surface, because if you are having any grooves on the surface of equipment, some of the products, even after the cleaning of the equipment also, the product may get remain into the grooves, and eventually the microbial growth may start happening over there, and eventually those all microorganisms may get entered into your next batch. So again, the equipment should be easy to clean and maintain, and again they should not give any kind of toxic components. They should be non-reactive, and they should be made up of a material which is of food grade quality. So again, if you see in this image, the flooring, it is epoxycated, so it is very smooth in the surface, and eventually if you see at the wall also, the where the floor and the wall is connecting, there should not be any crease. It should be smooth in a nature, so that when you are cleaning also, it will be properly clean. Then these are some of the facilities that you may be requiring in your food business, that is the water supply. Eventually for water supply, you have to have a color coding for the pipelines. What pipeline is supplying the hot water, what kind of pipeline is supplying the cold water, that has to be get color coded. Eventually in this citrus fruit industry, we are also dealing with highly perishable commodity. So eventually, whatever the drainage is happening, whatever the waste is happening in your industry, or whatever the washing water is getting generated in your industry, it is highly prone towards the microbial attack. So eventually, you need to have a continuous hot water supply during the cleaning purpose or the maintenance purpose. Then you need to have a drainage and waste disposal, Again, you need to go for color coding of the waste disposal. You need to have a personal facilities, toilets, air quality, ventilation, and lightnings. In case of lightnings, the tube lights or the bulbs needs to be get always covered. Eventually, certain times the accident may happen, the tube lights may get fallen down, or there might be some injury, or there might be some accident that may happen in the industry. Then the next is cleaning and maintenance of the establishment. Eventually, if you don't have a maintenance plan, you don't know at what time your industry is going to have a damage or your equipment is going to have a damage in your industry. So again, you need to have a proper cleaning program, that is CIP. Then what kind of areas to be cleaned at what kind of frequency. There are certain kind of protocols or SOPs that you need to follow. Not all the places are required to be get cleaned daily. There are certain excuses that you can just utilize for cleaning of certain places at a particular cleaning frequency. You have to follow the cleaning procedures according to the SOP what you have generated, and the equipments also you can just clean it regularly to avoid the recontamination of your product. Then again, the maintenance is also much more important. That is, if you can consider it as a preventive or corrective action, then the lubricants and the heat transfer fluids should be from a compatible mood. So eventually, when you are thinking about the maintenance, you are thinking about the longevity of your equipment or your business. Then next is pest control. You need to have a proper pest controlling system. At a particular interval, you have to go for pest controlling of your premises. You have to have a rodent traps located at a specific places in the industry. If you see in the image, the rodent traps are being get placed just adjacent to the door of your industry. Wherever there is an entry or wherever there is a chances of getting the rodents, either the rat or maybe the lizards, whenever there is a chances of getting the entry of these kind of animals, at that place only you have to place the traps. Then next is the personal hygiene. No matter what you do for getting an assurance towards the food safety, the worker who are working in your industry will be the most probably a factor which will be giving you a hygiene protocol. So the personal hygiene is much more important. So the personal cleanliness is a high degree of personal cleanliness by the food handlers. So you need to provide a protective clothing, head covering, face mask, gloves, and footwears. Then a proper control of operation protocol should be there so that it can be considered as an inventory management. So first in, first out kind of approach should be there so that there should not be any case that the raw material which has came today will be get utilized eventually after some 2 months after. It should not happen like that. Whatever comes in first, it has be get utilized first only, so that there will be a less chances of decomposition of raw material and wastage. Then the next thing is fat tom, that is much more important to have a food safety in the food industry. Then the food packaging, the packaging material should be of food grade, and eventually you have to comply with the packaging and labeling regulation of FSSAI. Then if you see the product identification and consumer awareness, if you are thinking, the label should be there giving details regarding the name of food, the list of ingredients, nutritional information, declaration regarding the vegetarian and non-vegetarian nature of the product, then the net weight and the quantity which has been packed inside it. So all these things you need to consider. So when we are considering the packaging of citrus products, maybe either a juice or maybe either a marmalade or jam, you have to think about that the packaging material what you have used, it has been got filled up to its 90% occupying capacity. So it has been stated under this particular regulation only. Then you have to have a maintenance for your transportation and storage and distribution facility. You need to have a management and supervision system so as that this food safety and management system will get implemented properly. Again, to comply with the standards and regulation, you have to have a food testing facility. Eventually, if you don't have an in-house testing facility, you can opt for some notified laboratories or NABL accredited laboratories you can utilize for testing of your food product. Then you need to conduct the training of your workers so as to make them aware about the food safety, what kind of hygiene they have to maintain in the industry. Regularly, you have to conduct the training programs. Then the audit documentation and record keeping, that is also very much important at the time of food safety officer visit or at the time of any particular person or at the time of audit also you have to go for documentation and record keeping. So now we'll go quickly into the licensing and registration protocol. So for obtaining a license or registration for your food business, you have to go for on the portal which has been created by the FSSAI, that is FOSCOS. Previously that portal was named as FLRS. Now it has been got renamed as FOSCOS. So this is the registration procedure as eventually the young entrepreneurs or the new budding startups, they will be having a lower capacity and eventually they have to have a registration certificate for their food business. So this is the flow process for obtaining a registration for certificate for your food business. So eventually you have to go to the portal, you have to create a user ID, then you have to start a new application for your business to obtain a registration. You have to select a kind of business, then you will eventually get to know whether you have to obtain a registration or license or not. If it is showing that you have to obtain a registration, you have to fill form A. If it is showing for a license, you have to fill form B. Then after filling all the details under either a form A or B, you have to submit or upload all the attested documents which are required under this regulation. Then you have to submit the application. Once the application has been submitted, you will receive an auto-generated application number that you can utilize for further particular communication. And you can just use that application number for checking your status of application in the portal. So I'll just quickly show you some video that how you can approach to the FOSCOS website. So if you write FOSCOS on the Google, you will see a tab for FOSCOS FSSAI. Then you can see the list of standardized product. Then you can just view the eligibility of your business also. You can track the application by placing your application number and you can enter the CAPTCHA code and then you can submit it and you will get to know whether your application is approved or not. Then you can know how to apply and application process. Then by using all these tabs, you can just go for application process either to obtain a registration or to renew your license. So the yellow square, if you see, it is relating to the apply a license and registration. Again, if you scroll down that web page, you will find at the below documents required. If you click on it, eventually you will get to know what are the required documents that you have to use or that you have to upload while obtaining a registration or while filing an application for registration. So these are the documents which are required for obtaining a registration. Then again, if you go back, you just click on the apply for license and registration. If you want to proceed for application process, then you can click for apply for license and registration, which is red color box, to obtain your new license and registration. Then once you click it on, you will get a portal where you have to select the jurisdiction or the area where you are going to start your business. That you again the state. Suppose if your jurisdiction or the area where you want to work is the Tamil Nadu state, then you have to select a kind of business. So in case of our case, it is a general manufacturing. So again, you can select the turnover. Depending upon the installed capacity, you can select the turnover. Then if your turnover is not exceeding 12 lakh, if you click on it and if you just simply proceed for the further process, it shows that you need to obtain a registration. So that too, our capacity is below 12 lakhs. So the turnover is below 12 lakhs. So that's why we have to obtain a registration. So for obtaining a registration, you have to fill form A. And these are some of the requirements or these are some of the fields that you have to fill, like application or applicant or company name, then the designation, whether it is an individual, then it is a general manufacturing company, then the address where you want to start your business, the corresponding address for the communication purpose, the contact details, then the year for which you want this registration. Basically, we go for 1 year registration previously. Eventually, if your capacity goes increase, you have to go for obtaining a license. Then you can select any kind of business, whatever you want to. So in case of us, it is a fruits and vegetable. So again, you can go for selecting either fruits and the kind of business. You can edit the product list also. You can click on edit the products. You can select the kind of product that you want to manufacture, and these all products will get listed on your license. If you want to select the product, if you want to change the product list, again you have to go for renewing of your license, and that time you can just change the product list. After selecting the product category or the product list, now you can just go for save and next button, and it will lead towards the uploading the documents, and eventually it will go for paying the application or registration fee. For registration, we need to pay 100 rupees only, and for obtaining a license, it starts from, or it ranges from 2000 to 7500. Then again, if you click on general manufacturing, and now if you click on the higher capacity, and if you proceed, eventually now you see the higher capacity will always tell you that you have to obtain a state license for your business. So again, you have to fill a form B with all the fields which are required over there. Then eventually you have to go for product selection, communication details you have to fill, you have to upload the required documents, you have to go for payment which is required. So basically you are into an export, you have to pay 7500 rupees. So these are some of the documents which are required while you are applying for licensing or registration of your food business. I think once you just save and next, click on the save and next button, your application will get saved. You can just pay the fee and your application will get submitted automatically, and you will get an application number. Eventually, the thing is that when you are thinking about obtaining a license and registration, the thing is that though you have applied and still suppose if you didn't get any response from the authority, you can start your business. You just have to wait for at least 3 months, or eventually the authority has to take a decision regarding your application within 30 days or 60 days. For registration, they have to take a decision within 30 days of your application, and for license, they have to take a decision within 60 days of the application. Then if you don't get still any kind of communication from the FSSAI, you can eventually start your business as it is without the license and registration. So this is all about the food safety requirements and licensing and registration requirements that you need to follow for citrus fruit processing. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Dr. Abhijit, for such an insightful session on FSSAI. Our participants must have benefited for the same. Now I'd like to quickly conclude the program for all the participants. So we had a lot of good sessions on starting from the industry perspectives. We had Dr. Anupaya sir giving a very good insights, wonderful insights on citrus fruit processing and value addition aspects of it, and focusing on the waste product utilization. And so it is very, I hope it would have given you a new insights to what all various products can further be added and the waste can be utilized and gain profits from. Then the next session coming to the storage aspects of the advances that are there, and very well explained by Dr. Ramastre sir on the successful storage aspects of citrus fruit processing, and various examples with various examples and various conditions that are there was covered. And then we had the selection, raw material handling, supply chain management from Sri Arun Mehta sir, and very elaborative and very insightful session. So the sessions totally added value to the understanding the industry perspectives of handling the product and managing it. Further, we had demonstration videos which might have helped you, and you can further look at those videos and other videos also as mentioned on our website and as explained during the PMFME scheme guidelines. You can further look at the detailed project reports already available. That would, I hope it would have given you some insights into basic components of the DPR. And then we had definitely the solutions of the packaging of various components and what all to be taken care, and the technical aspects of the packaging by Dr. V. Arun Prasad sir. I hope this as a package would have given you a quite an interesting aspect of handling, managing, and expanding your business if you are looking at. I wish you all the very best to all the participants. For those who want to start new businesses or looking for expanding their business, for any queries or any doubts or anything you want to share with us, you can write to us at our mail IDs from which you might have received the registration links and all the other details. You can respond to that. Thank you very much for attending the sessions entire day and for being with us. We will keep coming with the next webinars on the various other ODOPs. And so thank you very much for attending the same. Thanks again.